Commission. Enforcement. So, as Chair of House ED&A, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is not a public, this is a meeting on the performance audit of the Liquor Commission. It was scheduled in the House calendar, and an executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. There's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that.
Sorry.
Toby, put the fire out.
Yes, the fire is out. Everyone feels safe. You may breathe freely. All members of the committees, both committees, and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states they're present, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Representative Hunt, who's your clerk?
Unfortunately, my clerk is not going to be able to attend this meeting today. He just discovered it. And
Fine. In that case, I'll have my clerk start by taking this ED&A attendance, and then you can decide who takes the role.
I got to get a printout on my list. Okay.
Representative Sytek?
Representative Allegro.
Present in the room.
Representative is, I don't hear you, Bailey. Fellows.
Representative Fellows, home alone.
Representative Fontenot.
Representative Fontenot, I am home and my wife is in the house.
Representative Coley.
I'm home and my wife is in the other room.
He's right behind you.
Representative Rhoda.
Representative Grota is present in her office at home alone.
Representative Judy. Representative Judy. Representative Lanzara.
I'm in Nashua Mobile. There may be people in and out.
Representative Lucas. Representative Dwyer.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien.
Representative present and I'm home alone.
Representative Pearson.
Pearson is in the committee room.
Representative Roy.
Representative Roy here in committee room.
Representative Santonastaso.
I'm here alone in Keene, New Hampshire.
Representative Schmidt.
I'm present in my home office in Dover, and I'm alone.
Representative Schmidt.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Did you call Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Schuett is at her home in Pembroke alone.
Representative Pearson. Representative Schultz.
Good morning. I'm at my residence in Concord, and my husband, Gene Taylor, will be in and out of the room.
Roy.
Clerk is in the room. Representative Bailey. Representative Bailey. We have 7.
Representative Schmidt.
Representative Hunt, to roll call.
Yes, I will do a roll call for the Commerce Committee. Representative Patusek.
I am here upstairs in my house. My wife is downstairs.
Okay. Representative Osborne. I don't see him.
Yes.
Representative Abramson. Okay. Representative Ham. Okay. Representative De Palma.
Here and alone.
Right. Representative Greason.
Present and alone.
Representative Johnson.
Here in the LB.
Representative Terry.
I am alone. I am here until 10:40 a.m. and may be back later, depending on how long the hearing goes.
Representative Bartlett.
Here in my home, alone.
Representative Abel is not able to attend. Representative Herbert. Representative Van Houten. Okay. Representative Fargo.
I'm here in my home alone.
And Representative Weston. And Representative Belo.
Home alone.
And Representative Burrows.
Here alone in my office.
And Representative McGallary. You clear? Sorry.
I'm here. My wife is in the house with me.
Okay. And I am Representative Hunt, and I am all alone in my office. So it's all yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call on Mr. Stephen Smith, head of the Audit Division. Mr. Smith, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Sorry about that. For the record, I'm Steve Smith. I'm the Director of Audits for the LBA. And we've been asked to present our performance audit of the Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. I will advise both committees that we did present this audit report to the Fiscal Committee at its February 19th meeting. And joining me this morning is Steve Grady. He's our Senior Audit Manager for us. And he oversaw and was the in charge on this audit. And so I've asked him to present the report, much like we did for the Fiscal Committee. So Steve, I saw you earlier, so feel free to.
I will, Director. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for having us. For the record, I am Steve Grady, the in-charge auditor for the Division of Enforcement and Licensing Performance Audit. The audit was designed to determine how efficiently and effectively the division operated during state fiscal years 2018 and 2019. Due to the report's length, I will be summarizing observations in chapters. Our executive summary captures main themes and the most significant concerns. It is there that we conclude the Commission lacked adequate management controls to ensure the division achieved expected outcomes. Our recommendation summary follows. Our recommendations typically focus on Commission and division management improving controls to help achieve expected outcomes, increasing Commission oversight of division performance, and complying with laws and rules. Of the 47 recommendations, management concurred with 44 and concurred in part with 3. 11 contains elements that may require legislative action. Chapter 1 addresses systemic management control deficiencies. Management control is a process that, if well designed, properly implemented, monitored, and refined, can help management efficiently and effectively comply with laws and rules, achieve objectives, and protect resources. However, at times controls were absent, ineffectively designed, inconsistently implemented, unmonitored, and unrefined. Some long-standing unresolved deficiencies resulted in abuse and waste. Some controls and corresponding actions were unauditable because they were poorly documented and relevant records were unreliable. We were compelled to qualify our use of and our conclusions resting on division records. The operating environment and organizational culture were not conducive to the development, implementation, monitoring, and refinement of effective controls. There was no apparent design to division management controls. Neither the commission nor the division strategically planned or managed internal operations. There were no complementary strategies or plans designed to achieve outcomes supporting statewide strategies, such as those related to public health and highway safety. Management lacked a coordinated, systematic approach to risk management, leading to qualitative, intuition-based practices. Without a formal objective risk assessment, there was no way to determine what risks division practices were designed to mitigate. Without any cost benefit or similar analyses, there was no way to determine whether practices efficiently mitigated risks. External evaluations such as audits can help identify and manage risks. However, unresolved, untimely resolved, and temporarily resolved defects contributed to ongoing and in some cases worsening management control deficiencies. We evaluated 21 relevant observations from 7 prior audits and found 1 was fully resolved. We repeated 20 prior observations in this report. Some topics were previously addressed as many as 7 times, and some were initially identified as far back as 1989. Here we suggest the legislature consider increasing its oversight of commission efforts to address the conditions leading to audit observations. Compliance with laws and rules was a basic expectation, but management lacked controls to ensure the statutory framework was optimized. Statutes were complex, and commission rules amplified statutory complexity. To fill in gaps within the statutory and regulatory framework, the division undertook broad ad hoc rulemaking, some knowingly, some unknowingly. Ad hoc rulemaking is an extra legal practice of enforcing requirements on the public without underpinning statute or properly adopted rule. Ad hoc rules affected each division function. Controls to ensure division compliance with laws and rules were absent, and controls over internal procedures and the division's organizational structure were inadequate. Statute established 4 expected outcomes: to optimize profitability, ensure proper control, operate efficiently and effectively, and provide customer service. In practice, performance management centered on quantifying how many times certain tasks were accomplished, not on whether the right task was accomplished, how well a task was accomplished, or whether expected outcomes were achieved. Performance management controls were inadequate. Division practices were neither objectively shown to be capable of producing expected outcomes, nor able to demonstrate what outcomes were actually produced. There were no analyses to objectively allocate personnel, and allocations skewed towards the use of sworn law enforcement personnel, including for numerous administrative tasks. Over 61% of all division positions were allocated to sworn employees. Knowledge management is the control system over collecting, recording, and analyzing quality data, and producing and using knowledge. However, knowledge management practices were inadequate, controls were fragmented, and improvised practices produced inaccurate, incomplete, and unreliable records. Chapter 2 addresses licensing. We found licensing controls lacked a discernible design and were reliant upon ad hoc rules. Practices were inconsistent with statute, rules, and SOPs. Licensing was complex to the point where a pre-application form and process had to be used before an applicant should begin the actual license application process. Simplifying licensing has received attention in the past, but that objective was unrealized. While there are over 100 license types and subtypes, they all fit into 3 basic categories. Our recommendations here include the Commission seeking risk-based licensing reforms to simplify the licensing framework. Chapter 3 addresses the Direct Shipper Program. The program was created to enable citizens and licensees to buy hard-to-find alcoholic beverages from out-of-state suppliers, but the program's controls lacked a discernible design. The program's statutory purpose was exceeded, statutory noncompliance was long-standing, ad hoc rulemaking was common, rules were inconsistently followed, and prior audit findings were unresolved. The division inconsistently enforced compliance and sanctioned noncompliance. Ultimately, the Commission did not know what was being directly shipped into the state or whether the correct amount of taxes and fees were received. Chapter 4 addresses the examination function. We found examination processes lacked a discernible design. The division could not demonstrate expected examination-related outcomes were achieved, with 92% of licensees not receiving an examination during our 2-year audit period. Rules and SOPs were inadequate. Practices were reliant upon broad ad hoc rulemaking and were non-compliant with statute. Examination processes were known to rely on outmoded, inefficient practices. Chapter 5 addresses enforcement. We found controls to ensure licensee compliance with laws and rules were inadequate and lacked a discernible design. Prior audit findings were not addressed, and long-standing deficiencies and waste persisted. Some enforcement activities were unrelated to a licensee or permittee, or were without connection to statutes for which the Commission was responsible. This scope creep was a long-standing unresolved concern. Scope creep was not due to changes to statute or rules, but instead was a management choice. It undermined the achievement of expected outcomes. The subject of extra-jurisdictional activities was where we had the most significant disagreements with the Commission and is more fully discussed in observation number 38 and in Appendix C. Additionally, elective training, education, and outreach were not shown to achieve expected outcomes. Controls to prevent unlicensed or unpermitted possession or transfer of alcoholic beverages and controls over adulteration and misbranding were inadequate. Premises inspection practices were inconsistently effective, with more than 41% of licensees not receiving a regulatory visit during our 2-year audit period. Nearly 32% of the inspections that were conducted were excessive. For example, one licensee received 35 inspections from 6 different investigators over 2 years without a recorded liquor law violation. Compliance check operations did not efficiently and effectively ensure proper control and were not risk-based. Controls over complaints, investigations, and sanctions were inadequate. Our recommendations here include migrating extra-jurisdictional activities to a law enforcement agency and constraining division activities to its role as a regulatory agency. Current division management in place since April 2017 did not create the defective controls we identified. Many defects were long-standing. Nonetheless, management was responsible for effective and efficient operation and reported undertaking a review of internal practices, identifying some of the same issues we identified. A holistic approach to management control could help ensure the issues we identify will be fully remediated and remain effectively controlled. Developing such controls, including a risk-based, data-informed strategy and supporting plans with detailed implementing procedures, will likely take a substantial amount of time and effort. Without these underpinnings, division efforts to manage change run the risk of occurring in isolation without obtaining measurable improvements and achieving expected outcomes. I would like to thank the Commission staff and numerous stakeholders for their assistance during this audit. And unless there are any questions for me, I will be followed by Chairman Malika.
Are there any questions from anyone on the committee? Representative Blackus.
So this is about Chapter 3, the Direct Shipper Program. Looking through it, appears that most of the concerns have to do with whether or not URSAs are being followed and whether or not rules and laws are being enforced. And there was some comment about customer service, but was there any information on how effectively they're able to meet the needs of customers for specialty things? In particular, there's a couple of restaurants in my district, one who I've talked to quite a bit, the other one somewhat, where they've had chronic problems getting particular things through the program. They kind of a specialty restaurant, and they stock some things. I mean, they sell some things that aren't normally carried in the liquor store, and it's been a real problem for them. So was that covered in this?
Representative, it is not covered in this. What our Chapter 3 addresses are the control frameworks that the Commission has put in place to ensure that proper control occurred, that the controls were optimized profitability, and that in that context, customer service was rendered. So whether a permittee received a permit timely, and that would be a direct shipper permittee, not necessarily somebody that was seeking a hard to find item. whether the permittee received their permit timely and that there was equitable resolution to their application for a permit to ship into the state. So we did not look at the ultimate end user or customer, whether the individual citizen or whether it was a licensee.
Follow-up.
By permittee, is that the shipper as opposed to the end customer?
That's right. We focused on the shipper end of things because they were the ones that held a permit to ship.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Baroda? Representative Baroda?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jackie.
This is a question for either Mr. Grady or Mr. Smith. Can you tell us briefly what is the purpose of the New Hampshire Liquor Store and the Commissioner? What are their ultimate goals and what are the expected outcomes?
Right. Well, I'll take that, Representative. Statute establishes 4 expected outcomes for the Commission. 1 is to optimize profitability. 2 is to ensure proper control. 3 is to operate efficiently and effectively. And 4 is to provide customer service.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair. So how does tax revenue and you know, the purpose of I would think the purpose of all these state liquor stores is to generate, because we could have private stores, right? So what kind of revenue is the state expected to receive from this commission?
Well, we did not audit the larger commission and its retail operations. We focused on its division of enforcement and licensing, which was responsible for a narrow subset of the commission's revenues.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Grady, how long have you been with the LBA?
Since 1997.
Since 1997. Thank you.
Correct.
So
yes.
I have a follow-up question. I've been on.
Relevant question, please.
What's that?
Follow up.
Thank you. So I've been on the committee for 15 years, and one of the things that that I've noted is that in previous iterations, the LBA has found deficiencies, and the deficiencies were noted as longstanding and unaddressed. Before beginning your audit, did you review the previous previous audit that had been done?
Yes, Representative, we did. We reviewed a number of them, in fact.
Thank you. And did you, on discovering that those deficiencies?
Reported that there was only one of the 21 observations from previous audits that had actually been closed.
Yes, thank you. So when you reviewed the previous audit and noted that deficiency still existed, did you query the person you were dealing with as to what plans they had to address the previously unaddressed deficiencies?
We did, Representative, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Mr. Grady, was it within your purview to make recommendations regarding changes in management for the functions that you were reviewing?
We did not take that into consideration, nor did we make any recommendations along those lines.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
I'm just trying to understand, why is that?
We are not in a position as external auditors to recommend personnel changes. We look at how the agency has built a system to control its operations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there other questions?
Yes.
Representative Sytek.
Well, you said this has to do with enforcement and licensing, this particular audit. Is there contemplated an audit of the retail side?
We currently do not have an audit topic of the retail operations of the commission. No.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So you said that Chairman Malaka wishes to speak?
I believe he does.
Okay, Commissioner Malaka?
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. With me is our COO, Rose Wyant, our Chief of Enforcement, Mark Armaganian, our CFO, Tina Demers, Deputy Chief Scott Dunn, Lieutenant Danielle Elston, and Lieutenant Matt Culver. If I may, the New Hampshire Liquor Commission has thoroughly analyzed the LBA performance audit of the Division of Enforcement and Licensing for the time period July 17 through July 1st, 17 through July 30th, 19. As with any audit, the audit is a snapshot in time and does not represent the substantial efforts undertaken by the Division of Enforcement to streamline and improve its processes over the past 3 years. Of the audit findings, 80% are partially, substantially, or fully complete. Only 20% remain open, but each has been examined and a specific timeline has been established for each of its completion. The New Hampshire Liquor Commission has a comprehensive plan in place led by our Chief of Enforcement and Chief Operating Officer to resolve the remainder of these items in the near future, some of which will need rule and legislative change. And with that being said, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you. I saw that corrective action plan, and I was wondering when you will be making your next report to the legislature.
We'll be at the fiscal committee on a monthly basis, Madam Chair, until all those are resolved, and of which 80% are partially, substantially, or fully complete. But we will be in front of fiscal every month until those are resolved.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Burrows.
Anita, you're muted. You're muted.
You.
Sorry about that. I'm going to pose the same question that I did to Mr. Grady, which is, does the commissioner feel that there need to be any personnel changes as a result of the recommendations made by the audit?
No, Representative, a few years ago, the Liquor Commission underwent what I would consider substantial personnel changes. We were switched from a 3-commission agency to 1 chairman and a deputy commissioner. We run the agency with just 3 divisions. And I'm sure you know, but the net profit for the Liquor Commission this year versus prior is up 14.7% or 13.9 million. And in the past 10 years, the sales of the Liquor Commission has increased by over $200 million. I think that everyone on the call sees, along with their constituents, what the Liquor Commission has done to develop and refine a brand over the last 10 years. We took stores from the corner dog legs of plazas. We've created a brand. We've created a look and feel. 50% of our business comes from cross-border sales. So people come to New Hampshire to buy wine and spirits, much like they do many other things. Our prices are nationally recognized, and the Liquor Commission has been named the best control state in the nation the past 2 years running. We clearly have a brand, and we clearly are a profitable business. The Enforcement Division is a division of that. And obviously, the audit has found some findings which we would consider substantial as well. But we would also like to remind the committees that 80% are partially, substantially, or fully complete. and we look to complete the other 20% in the upcoming years. Again, some of which will need law and some of which will need rule change.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Malika, you just stated that New Hampshire Liquor Commission was named best in the nation in certain categories. Who proclaimed that?
There's a magazine that does the control states, Representative. It's called Market Watch. It's kind of the benchmark for the liquor industry. They also own several other magazines that are out of New York City. So they're a nationally recognized magazine called Market Watch.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you. And did representatives of this magazine or any of the others come and do any type of auditing of your activities?
They're not in the business of auditing the Liquor Commission, Representative. They are in the business of looking at us from a retailer respect. So they come in and look at what we've done, the level of sales, how they've increased, the profitability of the Liquor Commission, which is up 5.2% this year, and how we, the look and feel of our stores, the look and feel of our brand, the customer service provided by our associates in the stores, the brands that we represent, the SKUs that are in our store, the square footage that we have. So they look at us from a retailer standpoint. And that's what we are. We are a business and we are a retailer and we are a business that runs within the confines of state government.
Thank you.
Representative Hunt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chairman, the issue, they're saying some of these issues need to be solved legislatively. And certainly we've had legislation every year and we try to, work, in terms of the commission. Can you give me of these recommendations, the top 3 legislative recommendations that you recommend we going forward? And I do know that we have a direct shipping bill, Senate Bill 125, that's coming over to us anyways, but I'm not sure whether that's in there. But what are the issues for the division that you think legislatively we can and should fix?
Good morning, Rosemary Wyant. I'm the Director of Administration, and I worked with the division to put together the corrective plan. So to address your question, Representative, one of the first things you'll see that we have planned is reviewing the strategic plan that's in place and looking at that critically and building out measurable objectives from that as recommended in the audit report. A component of that is also to, at that time, really identify and consider what legislative changes we would seek. We can't specifically answer your question at this time, but what I can offer that might be of assistance is some of the recommendations. Probably the biggest recommendation that came out of the report was around simplifying the structure, both in terms of statute and the rules. So I think that would be the overall focus as we look at this.
And one of the things I'd like to add, thank you, Rose. One of the things I'd like to add, Mr. Chairman, is something that we've spoke about in the past, is looking at the license structure for the state of New Hampshire, which has been, for lack of a better way to put it, put together through a number of years. Obviously, the commission has been in place since 1934. There's been carve-outs in the licensing. There's been things that have been asked, the commission has been asked to do with special licenses, and all of us feel that the license structure is too broad and too bifurcated. We'd like to be able to look at that as time goes on and change our licensing structure from we have 100 licenses, Chief? 48 licenses down to perhaps a dozen. And we'd like to be able to look at that legislatively through committee in order to change that. We also know that there's a lot of things that the commission does from a licensing standpoint that, as Mr. Grady and Mr. Smith have said, that have maybe grown over the years and can certainly be can be qualified and consolidated.
Well, as someone who has been around, actually sponsored one of those changes and had my head handed to me on the House floor on the bill to trade recodification, because I mean, was it explained to them about why we ended up having 100 different licenses, like an obscure license on a private tennis court that they had to have 2 tennis courts. It did, and didn't have the food requirement where others might have the food. I mean, was that explained to them that each one of those unique licenses was a carve out unique in and of itself? And that's the reason why, you know, the rule, or, you know, did not even need rulemaking, but that would all the fee, for instance, the reason why the fees are varied, because each one had a different, what do we think was the right fee? And that's how there was, you know, such and so, you know, not just the fact that we have all these 100 licenses, but we have all these different fees that are related to that license. And was that explained to them that to try to reshuffle, you're not going to change it, you're still going to have all these subcategories. You're just going to maybe, you know, say, well, this is a one kind of license, and we did that with the sport facility license. That you're really not going to solve anything when you just, all you're doing is recodifying and calling it something different, even though at the end of the day, they're all going to still have to have their individual fees and their individual rules about what was that license was created for.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, and with all due respect to the LBA, that was not the concern of the audit. And when those types of things were brought forward as part of the audit, those weren't taken into consideration. The nuances, the legislative changes, what has been done for constituents as certain things come up, licenses change. For your example, a tennis court license, an expansion of service, a catering license, a license that would have to do with you know, a business that has multiple bars or multiple locations. All of those things have evolved as the liquor business has evolved. When we had just one license for one establishment that did business one way, you know, maybe that was 25, 35, 40 years ago. We now have entrepreneurs, and I was one in the state for 15 years and in other states for 15, that have ideas about how their businesses should run and how their businesses should look. So we can't narrowly define licensure in any particular aspect. We have to be flexible along with the businesses, and as they change, we need to change. That's why these types of licenses have been brought forth. And when I say, Mr. Chairman, that we need to evolve what we do, I say that respectfully to what the legislature has asked us to do over the years, because we recognize that this has grown to a point where perhaps we could codify some of these licenses and put some of these things into a structure that would be more feasible for people to understand and not have to have a certain knowledge of the business. It's certainly a vast structure, but Mr. Chairman, it works. And that's why it is the way it is.
Thank you. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions that are going to depend upon the answer I get. Looking over at enforcement in Chapter 5, in the area of page 250, the enforcement officers within the Liquor Commission, do they work out of their homes, or are they required to come into an office in order to start their day as an inspector?
I could answer that for you, Representative. It's Mark Armaginian, Director of Enforcement and Licensing. Twofold. First and foremost, they are contractually on duty, if you will, from the point that they leave their houses. We put our employees in their geographic areas to be more fiscally responsible, so we don't have enforcement investigators driving, crisscrossing each other, driving all over the state instead of regulating in their geographic areas just to cut on fuel costs. But there are the nucleus of the enforcement division, and they have desks that are assigned to them, are right here in Liquor Commission headquarters.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at the excessive enforcement side of this thing, where we're looking at 41% of the places that were never inspected versus 31% of the excessive inspections. Is there any correlation between the places that are excessively inspected and the locations of your inspectors where they start their day?
Absolutely. So if I could just take a step back to give you a good picture of what has occurred here. This audit itself has started 2 months after I walked in the door to assess this division with the new command staff that we have put together. In that 2-month period, we did an assessment that lasted 7 months, not an audit, but an assessment to see where we have fallen short as a division, what we need to fix, and it all came down to processes and the efficiency and effectiveness of this division. So we, at that time, and it's a very good point, and Representative Burrows also brought up a good point, we were at 41%. We are now, which is outside of the audit time, it was not documented, we are now at 100%. And for some reason, that just does not resonate through everybody that we keep telling this to. We are a new division. 75% of this command staff is new and changed. From myself on through to the frontline supervisors. We have redone our licensing unit to be more customer friendly. And our basis here was education right from the get-go. And those were conversations that I had with representatives when I walked in the door that expressed to me some of the concerns that were going on that we took into account and started fixing. The problem here is they are outside of this window that occurred 2 months into me walking in the door.
One more question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the breakup of how you assign your inspectors, according to this report, Cheshire and Sullivan counties, neither of which I represent, appear to have no assigned inspector whatsoever, leaving that requirement for, I would presume, the surrounding areas. With your plan being what appears to be a geographical assignment basis, have you, since this audit, have you restructured a little bit to provide those counties with an inspector that's dedicated, or is your intention to continue to operate under what has happened that I'm reading here in this audit?
So, thank you for your question, Representative. Twofold. Number one, every county in this state is covered by a permanent investigator. Every licensee knows who their investigator is personally. And if there is an issue, it is dealt with at the lowest level. If it has to rise up through, it does so. But know this also, we restructured the whole command structure here, that our frontline supervisors are not just sitting at a desk supervising or correcting reports. When we dropped from 29 investigators down to 21, we had to restructure. We had to repurpose what we do for our daily duties. So our frontline supervisors actually are the support mechanism on the road for not only enforcing the rules of Title 13 or the laws of Title 13 and the rules that are assigned to us, but they are also there as teachers to educate and do MTS training, lots training, teams training to servers throughout the state. And they also cover an area, whether it's doing an audit or an inspection. They are multifaceted, and nobody has just one hat that they wear, all the way up to myself.
Thank you. Representative McCallum?
Mr. Malika, you said that, I think it was this marketing magazine out of New York, ranked you number 3rd. Is ranking you number 3rd against private enterprises? I mean, you sort of run the Liquor Commission as a private business, I understand, or were you ranked against other state entities? Now, I'm sort of interested in who you might consider, sort of a competition, a business or state that runs similar to New Hampshire, and what their profitability might be compared to ours?
Representative, I have all the data that I'd be happy to provide you that shows how we rank in consideration with the other control states. We are ranked in that magazine and in others as against private businesses as well. And our number 1 competitor in the United States is Total Wine. They're the largest retailer in the United States, beverage, wine and spirit retailer. They also do beer and cigars. They are in 26 states. They have about 198 to 201 stores, depending on what you read. They have about 1,700 employees. And in 2017, they opened, between 2016 and 17, they opened 6 stores in the state of Massachusetts when licensing had changed there. So that's as high up in the states as they are. They have a few stores in Connecticut as well, a couple in New York, a few in New Jersey, but they're the largest competitor. And we don't rank ourselves against other control states because each control state model is different. The only other control state that does the wholesale and the retail, much like we do, would be Pennsylvania. And they are a larger state, obviously. We've been ranked the number 1 profitable control state, and in putting ourselves against Total Wine as competition, that's sort of the benchmark where we need to be and where we are. We saw a little dip in business in 2016 and 17 when they opened 6 stores in Massachusetts inside the 495 belt, directly putting their footprint against our business model. But we've rebounded, and obviously the sales this year show it, that our revenue breakdown versus prior year is that we're up 14.7% this year. Obviously, a lot of our business comes from cross-border. So we advertise cross-border and we promote cross-border. We're not here just to serve the folks inside the state of New Hampshire, because that would be limiting our market. Obviously, New Hampshire is our primary focus, but with 50% of our business coming from outside of New Hampshire, we need to be a retailer that's competitive in all those surrounding states. 23+% of our business does come from Massachusetts alone.
Thank you. Representative Broda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to go back to the tax revenue, because when people from New Hampshire see the liquor stores and they see people buying them, they translate that to tax income. They don't transfer the Liquor Commission as an entrepreneurial business. However, if you consider yourself that, and apparently you are considered that within the state, every business has protocol that they have to follow. So I'd like to know why, or in the past, have you met with the fiscal committee to discuss previous to discuss previous issues with your audits. And why were those not fixed? And what can you do, or what can you say to us that will assure us that your monthly meetings with the fiscal committee is going to resolve the issues of the audit?
Well, Representative, I can't speak to the previous audits because I was not here when those audits were brought forth. And quite frankly, I had no knowledge of the audit's failures as they were spoke about from Mr. Grady in this audit. But I can assure you, in my 35 years as an entrepreneur, I've never failed at anything. And I don't intend to fail at this. I've grown the Liquor Commission along with the team that we have here by $200 million in the last 10 years. So I think from an entrepreneurial standpoint, we're not measured against what happens here in New Hampshire. We're measured what happens around the world. We are a worldwide retailer. We have products from all over the world that are shipped into the state. From a tax revenue standpoint is just a very small piece of what we do. We're a revenue generating business. And in going back to what the fiscal committee has now asked us to do as part of their resolve is to come back every month and let them know how we are doing with this. We did that last week and we gave them the numbers that we brought in front of you. That 80% of these findings are partially, substantially, or fully complete, and only 20% remain open. I can assure you that we will do everything in our power to bring this audit to a close as quickly as we possibly can.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair.
I'll follow up.
So what you're saying to me is that the New Hampshire liquor store, based on what you just said to me, the state of New Hampshire is in the liquor business. Is that what you're saying?
The state of New Hampshire is absolutely in the beverage wine business and liquor business. Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you, Representative Burrows. And you don't have to keep raising your hand. I'm the one that's lowering it, and that's because I've already noted that you have a question.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure why that was happening. The report states that inefficiency compromised the optimization of profitability. And to tie into the previous question about entrepreneurship, I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer to this, does the state allow a salary in certain positions to be tied to both profitability and revenue? Are you allowed to do that?
We do not have a bonus system in place, Representative.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Would you know whether that's permissible by law?
Governor Lynch we put something in House Bill 2 back in 2010 or 2011 that allowed the Liquor Commission to look at the possibility of promoting that type of revenue generation for our employees in the stores. There was a number set on it. I believe it was $50,000 that could be shared among employees. I'd have to look back at the full details of it, Representative, to speak with some certainty on it.
Thank you.
Representative Bolio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Maliki, what percentage of wholesale sales come from out of state, and how many of these are cash sales?
Those are wholesale. We don't do any wholesale out of state, just retail out of state. And we don't necessarily track out of state sales other than we do zip code surveys, which allows us to find where people are coming from other states to buy in our stores. So all our data that shows out of state sales has been done from zip code surveys with our consumers.
And follow up, Madam Chair. A few years ago, there was issues in certain stores regarding Hennessy sales, and many of these sales were cash transactions, and many of these people were from out of state. Can you explain that to me?
Those rules are governed by the IRS, Representative. And anyone that spends more than $10,000 in cash in our stores is required at this point to fill out an IRS form. If the sales are under $10,000 in their cash, or if they're over $10,000 in their credit, no form is required. That's an IRS requirement.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Representative.
Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I always look at first with a performance audit is whether there's legislation required to address the issue, because that's partly on us. So in this case, I think there are 11 which would require legislative action. Are you currently working with one or more of the legislature to address those issues?
Representative, at this point, as we're going through the findings, COO Wyan and the chief are looking at what would be needed and what legislative or rule changes would be necessary. And we will have a better handle on that in the upcoming months. But we have a number of representatives and senators in the state that do take an interest in bringing those types of legislation forward, that do have a background with the Liquor Commission and understanding what we do. And we'd certainly be willing to bring it to those representatives and or senators when we feel that the time is right and we have these changes in place that we feel could make us more efficient.
Okay, well, as I say, that's on us. So it's good to know you're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Broda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 10 of the
Would you speak up, please, Jackie? I can't hear you.
Oh, of course. Is this better? I'll increase my sound. On page 10 of the audit report, there are internal control comments. There are comments from the audit, and there are 12 of these comments from various parts of the report that are in process. These are the 12 that you're reviewing with the fiscal committee. Is that correct?
Well, what we're doing, Representative, is, if I understand your question, is we're bringing the whole audit back to the fiscal committee and letting them know what we've completed. I would imagine that there will be a follow-up audit of enforcement to make sure that these findings and things that we have completed are further reviewed.
Follow-up. You do understand what part of the audit I'm referring to, page 10 and 11, which has the status of the findings of the audit, whether or not they've been completed or whether or not they have not been completed. And of the 12 that are not completed from 2018 to 2019, 12 of them are in process. So what priority do they have among the things that all of you do in your business? How do these 12 points that need to be addressed, how do they fit into the priority? And are they going to be discussed with the fiscal committee? They're specific, they're very specific things.
Well, I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Representative, but everything that
question. Can you hear me now?
I can. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry that you couldn't hear me before. On page 10 and 11 of the audit report, there are 12 in process remediations. I would like to know, and those are the crux of the audit report. Those are the things that were supposed to be addressed, are to be addressed as a result of the audit. Where do those 12 those 12 remediations fall in line with your priorities? And when will that be addressed with the fiscal committee? These are 12 very specific things.
Representative Broda, have you examined the report of corrective action that was sent out? Because I believe that covers much of your question.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question concerns the extra jurisdictional enforcement section, in particular, pages 231, 232. I understand that that you took over and put in place, a new management team recently. So my question is, does the agency response to this section reflect your views, or was that put together before you were involved in this?
Thank you for your question, Representative. These observations, the answers to them are our views today. Know that not only do we have rules, administrative rules that cover our, as you do know, our daily duties, but we have laws that need law enforcement jurisdiction to actually follow through with. A majority of them need law enforcement jurisdiction to do so. With that in mind, when we regulate, we only regulate to the point of your community's safety. We don't, there has been some rumor and innuendo out there that says that we're over-regulating, or though that is stuff that we walked in the door listening to. That is all changed to a point of creating an environment of education. We believe compliance comes with education. So good people trip every day of the week. We believe that in educating them, we get corresponding compliance out of them, which creates a safe environment for the licensees' patrons, and it also creates a safe environment for the communities that possibly these negative instances that are around the use of alcohol and over service could incur. So with that in mind, yes, this is truly the answer that was done by this administration.
Follow up?
I have more in mind the question, extra jurisdictional enforcement, things that are arguably not directly related to the job of the Liquor Commission. That's part one. And the other part is I'm looking at your corrective action plan for item 38. And in the comments and elsewhere in here, there's references to things like A-101 and that's whatever. What are those references to, and where would I find them?
So I think you're referring to policy, and that would be actually an internal document here at the Liquor Commission, but also recognize that the disagreement on extra jurisdictional was more, we didn't disagree on whether or not the division should be doing that stuff. We disagreed on the jurisdictional point of it, that it was things that were outside of our mission, but within our jurisdictional realm. And to be honest about it, out of the things that we have done in this short snapshot of time, the duties that we have performed, we're only looking at 6 instances that fell outside of our jurisdictional realm that were life safety issues that had to have intervention. There was a necessity for intervention at that point. And one right off the bat was one of our investigators was at a stoplight and had a woman passed out behind the wheel of her car that was actually, if I'm not mistaken, overdosing on fentanyl. That investigator had to get involved in that. There was no other recourse to that. And these are the things that are being documented here that just, I'm not saying that they're misrepresented because they are what they are. They're just, when you drill down and get into the weeds on them, there's a different perspective on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one comment. The response to observation 38 says there's a difference of interpretation of the statute and the statutory duties. Would you make sure to include in your legislative changes a clarification of the statute from your position so that it can be debated and approved by the legislature or disapproved, and we can settle this interpretational issue with, and get it off the audit books.
Definitely represent, Madam Chair, thank you for that comment. We will also provide case law to not only Superior Court, but Supreme Court, that we've had cases that have actually been decided at those highest levels with cases that we have dealt with the licensees. So we can definitely provide all of that.
Thank you. The issue with case law is that those of us who are not lawyers are not familiar with looking at it. We prefer to have it in statute.
Very well. That will happen. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from anyone on the committee? How efficient of us. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this audit? Seeing none, thank you all. I believe we will be asking for a copy of the report to the fiscal committee in order to evaluate the corrective actions. But other than that, do we have any other activities that need to be done in joint committee? All right, thank you very much. And I'll close the action on this audit. Yes, thank you. I see that. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the Commerce Committee for joining us and for your questions. And we are eagerly awaiting the results of the next meeting, next report from the Liquor Commission.
Well, thank you for inviting us. We appreciate it. And it's my first time ever going through one of these. And it was very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll take a short break while all our visitors leave, and then ED&A will resume with an executive session at 1:15.
Pardon me, Madam Chair, that's on, do we remain on this link with ED&A?
Yes, you do. This link will just be carried on through for the ED&A public hearing and execs.
Thank you.
Sure.
For staff. That was part of my basis for the question. What kind of impression? Actually, wasn't prompted by the audit, but it was actually after I wrote the report, somebody from fiscal brought this to my attention. Yes. So, it didn't contribute to the decision or the thing, it just felt more justified. Crawl into this class too. Group two? Yeah, group two, yeah.
Yeah, it's at some point we should probably really explain to you exactly how that thing will keep popping up. How it's cracking, actually.
Well, evidently, we're writing special business.
Yeah, but that, because all positions within the state system have to be classified as something. So there's always a push to everybody reminded that the mics are on. People have various opinions as to what belongs.
Myself, I just make it the class of everybody.
Yeah, the problem is that the jobs are so different that it really, you're not gonna have a guy that's, hazardous profession at the same.
Excuse me, ED&A, I'm gonna just mute the room. So you'll need to remember to unmute when you're ready.
you all. We have, today and Wednesday, we're meeting, and I hope that we can exec all of our House bills so that we will not have to come back the week after. Okay, so Representative Goley, you have an amendment to House Bill 533. 533. Division of Investigation and Compliance in the Lottery Commission. Representative Goley was charged with making it grammatical and sensible.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer amendment 0906H.
Second,
You wish to speak to your amendment?
The amendment goes over changing some of the clarifications that we discussed during the hearing. With discussion with the folks over at Lottery, this is in the racing statute. So as we discussed about changing racing, that was not advised, that we leave the word racing in there. Goes down and also changes on line 17 to the 45 days after the initiation of the investigation versus the receipt of the request. This was all in working with John Conforti, who is with the Lottery Commission. I believe he's chief investigator. Also goes down to change on line 24. The original bill had said the Attorney General and stopped there. We added back in and the Lottery Commission. So both the Attorney General and Lottery Commission shall confer and determine if in their opinion. And a little discussion went on about, I know I'd received an email from Representative Bailey not liking the word fit or not fit. This is the word they came up with for replacement was suitable and suitability. And then we just cleaned up the last section of the statute going down through 27 through the end of the bill. It was just kind of redundant, so we combined those last two sentences into one. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions or concerns.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this amendment is this considered a rewrite?
Yes.
It is, okay, because the bottom of this amendment has nothing to do, it mentions no, nothing about an effective date or anything like that.
That's correct. It only replaces section 2 of the bill. Section 3 on rulemaking is, and section 4 on the effective date are not affected by the amendment.
The original bills.
They're in the bill.
Okay, so this, yeah, okay, so this is amending the bill, but it's not a full rewrite. I got you.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right. Thank you. Representative Schuett, do you wish to speak on your second?
I will just say that I think all members of the committee recognized during the hearing when Representative Goley pointed out these various items that they did need fixing.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill or on the amendment? All right, seeing none, the motion is to approve amendment 0906 to House Bill 533, and the clerk will call the roll.
On the amendment, Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Representative Judy going twice. No vote. Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Front
Yes.
No. Representative Groda,
We.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair,
Yes,
I believe that's 18-0.
okay, excellent. Representative Goley, do you have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll move to pass with amendment.
Second,
I'll second it.
okay. Okay, do you wish to say anything more? Representative Goley?
I do not. I think what I've said has covered everything.
All right. Representative Pearson?
Nope, we've covered it well, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 533. And when ready, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Short,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Sorry.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
the chair,
Yes.
18-0.
Does anyone object to consent? Hearing none, we'll put it on consent. On House Bill 187, Representative Pearson, you have a motion?
Ew. I'd like to move amendment 0629H.
Second.
Who was that, please? Goley?
Representative Foley, yes.
All right, you shall speak to your amendment.
I would thank you, Madam Chair. When Health and Human Services had this bill originally, they really kind of focused on some of the other areas. And one of the things that kind of really, honestly, according to the chairman, slipped through the crack was the oversight and review of the orders by the chairman, or not, excuse me, the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. There was in the original legislation, there was a pretty good reduction of that oversight committee. In discussions with various folks that were honestly unaware they were even being removed, it became pretty evident that if the Commissioner of Health and Human Services is going to issue a directive or an order, that realistically the folks that are going to most likely carry that type of a health order out, and when I say that, it's more the boots on the ground folks, really should probably be on that advisory committee to be able to discuss and advise whether or not the order that's coming out is practical to actually do. So you can imagine the chaos if Health and Human Services director issued an emergency order, and then the boots on the ground all rose up and said, "Hey, we can't actually implement this." So it's not a good look for the state. It's just not good public policy, and frankly, we can head this all off. So this was in discussions with the chairman of Health and Human Services and their ranking member or their vice chair. They both didn't have an issue with this restoring a couple of these spots at all. The reason the county representative was not restored is because after discussions with those stakeholders, the county really doesn't supply anything to this action. So they felt that the county representative really served no purpose on this. So that's why, just to answer the question ahead of time. That's why the county representative was not restored here.
Zangoli, do you wish to add something?
No, I think Representative Pearson explained it very well.
All right, excellent. Is there any further discussion? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have some reservations with with regard to this issue. First of all, I think the concept violates our rules that no committee or subcommittee of the House can bind the House. And this would be a joint committee, so it would be binding the entire legislature. It may be that under certain circumstances, such an action is warranted. I understand that it requires effectively a 4/5 vote of the committee. I also am troubled by the idea that you may have people who are primarily politicians deciding something that is beyond their expertise, being quote unquote just politicians. So to the degree that people are technicians in their private lives, doctors, lawyers, sorry, I don't mean lawyers, doctors, nurses, people who have knowledge of medical things. So as I say, I think it's fundamentally flawed with regard to the subcommittee or committee aspect, violating our rules. But also the makeup of the committee would have to be something where they're getting involved with overriding a decision of a commissioner who ideally should be something of an expert in the field of HHS and historically have been somebody with background in that field. So anyway, those are my my reservations about proceeding with this issue at all.
Chair?
Representative Pearson.
Can I remind Representative Schmidt that this is an oversight advisory committee, and that is all that it is? It's just advice.
Thank you.
Isn't it the case that they can basically, with a 4/5 vote, rescind the commissioner's order?
Yes, I believe that's still there on page 2, most of the way down, 2/3 vote. Representative Roy?
I just had a question regarding the county thing. The sheriff's departments would have any assistance in this?
Yeah. So, if you like. Okay, yeah. So what would happen within the sheriff's department? The sheriff's department would end up falling under whichever law enforcement agency was the lead on this, and they would be brought in with them. So it's not necessarily a county thing, because you would have a joint law enforcement action.
I only asked from the budgetary side of it. I mean, would there be an expense to the county by them being deputized, for lack of a better term, into a bigger law enforcement effort?
The state already has a procedure for that, as far as like if the state police bring in a joint task force and stuff. So I would presume that it would fall under the same guidelines that they do already.
Just follow up. Did you consult with the counties and they said we really don't?
I consulted with Rockingham County.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they said we're good.
Yeah. Well, because at least Rockingham County has never actually even gone to the table with this. They've never been involved, and because their role was we don't provide anything. So
I was just concerned with the surprise budgetary impact. That's all.
Well, I mean, typically too, when you look at this level of, when an action like this is taken, it's done under a declared action by the state. So at that point, you have those other things that kick in from a what's what I'm looking for? Reimbursement. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for from a reimbursement standpoint.
Chair?
Yes.
Does Representative Schmidt have a point with violating our rules?
It is a concern that a committee of the legislature cannot bind the entire legislature. So in this case, I would say that this oversight committee, part that says it's subject to review is fine. There's no question about that. But the rescinded by a vote of the committee is, as Representative Schmidt pointed out, not normally good practice. And I don't know if it's explicitly against our rules, but it's, but if we have additional oversight over executive orders, which will be in House Bill 417, which is coming up next, then that would qualify, and this would just be an advice, it would be a rescission that would be subject to approval or disapproval by the entire legislature.
And keep in mind too, this made it through the House once with less than 10 people voting against it. So it was clearly a bipartisan desire for this to.
I'm just concerned that if he's right, I don't want to set a bad precedent.
I think the point is that the review is perfectly appropriate. Yeah. And if they think it's that bad, they could probably convince the rest of the House. So I would, yes, Representative Schmidt.
Until they do, this says they can rescind. You and I are on the JELCAR. You know that we can't stop a proposed rule by ourselves. The required motion has to be subsequently approved by both House and Senate for that action of the JELCAR to be upheld, and it's can be completely legitimate that something should not go forward. But even as powerful and well-established a committee as the JELCAR cannot do it by itself. And I think it says rescind. I think we have to check with the clerk before we can proceed. I don't think this flies under our rules.
All right, I tend to agree with you, Representative Schmidt. I will confer with the clerk and see if this is allowed. I'd like to go through with the vote on the amendment, which does not affect this paragraph first, and then we will recess until Wednesday.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, question?
Representative Schuett.
Thank you. We normally only will put forward one amendment on a bill, and I'm wondering if we should not defer on this amendment if the clerk agrees that that language should be changed from the bill. Shouldn't that be incorporated into a new amendment?
Fine. Good point.
Well, one of the aspects I'd like to address as well is that after this bill was heard, I spoke with the prime sponsor, Representative Marsh, subsequent to that, and he took my point, and my understanding was that he was, I asked him to think about a way of doing something that might be very appropriate. It's certainly not beyond anybody's imagination that a commissioner could put forth some kind of an order that would be just a bad idea, something that shouldn't go forward. And there should be some way that an expert committee of the legislature, and that's what I spoke to earlier, could weigh in and say 10-day hold, 20-day hold, whatever it might be, some way of putting the brakes on something that's a bad idea. But I think rescinding is something that we don't have the power to do as a committee. So I'd like to see us confer with Representative Marsh to see what he may have come up with in the meantime as well. But we certainly ought to check with the clerk to see if this thing flies or not.
Looks like the clerk is here or attendee.
Yes, clerk. That's interesting.
Clerk, that's just the computer at the head of the desk.
Fine, I don't fight for us. Okay, Representative Schmidt, if you would consult with Representative Marsh again, I will consult with the clerk and if necessary, get another amendment. So we'll, I think you're right. This is beyond our authority at this point.
Right, thank you very much. And I certainly will be happy to speak with Representative Marsh again about what he may have come up with.
SciTech.
Just a couple seconds to say this. I have never, ever liked the jail car has to bow to the agency. That's not binding the legislature, it's binding an agency. I've just never liked the jail car gets overruled by an agency. And I didn't like it from day one, I still don't like it.
Okay. All right. Well,
Who cares? But
all right. So in that case, moving right along. On House Bill 417, I'm going to move ought to pass, and I move amendment 0810.
Second.
Just a question, have we been provided with this amendment?
Yes, sir. It was sent out by Miriam along with the other amendments for today.
Okay, I have not seen it yet, so I apologize.
Okay. It's the one that I sent out a draft earlier with the technical issues like spelling and fixed. And I will mention what it does. It keeps the 30 days because that will eliminate the need for renewal on almost all emergencies. And then it goes on to say that the executive orders need to be approved. And it adds in that the governor and council, the governor cannot accept emergency funds by himself. He needs to have the council with it, which is the normal process.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Broda.
Thank you. I thought we were going to have a work session on this. I don't think we discussed it. We discussed part of it, but I didn't think we were completed. We had finished our discussions.
This is an executive session. Discussion is encouraged. And if it results in a decision or a consensus to revise the amendment, then such will happen. That's why I'm doing it today and not on Wednesday.
I see. Thank you.
Representative Roy?
I prefer for example.
Okay. Representative Foley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had emailed you my concerns about the first section of this amendment, and I just want to reiterate those concerns that the state of emergency needs to be renewed by the majority of each chamber of legislature prior to termination. There is no exemption in this as there is in the period that follows in the executive orders that says if we are unable to meet, that those will automatically be extended in 14-day increments. That provision is not in this first section regarding the state of emergency. And that's concerning because if we are unable to meet, there's no way of extending this or there's no circumstance to extend this. So I want to bring that forward.
You're right. I forgot to incorporate that. All right, I will incorporate the point that if we can't meet, it keeps, the extensions are approved on 14-day increments.
You can just say as provided in paragraph whatever below.
Oh, yeah, no, it's easy enough to fix, but it needs to be deliberate. Okay? I might.
And
Representative Black.
also, if I may, Madam Chair. And also, I just still have concerns about if it's an extended state of emergency, that fiscal committee is not included in this. I understand the governor and council for the brevity of an event where they need to make quick decisions, but an extended circumstance or emergency like we have now, I think, and we heard Representative Weiler even confirm that they should be involved.
Yes, and the statute defining the duties of the fiscal committee specifically says that any transfer over 100 that goes through the governor and council, which these would, also has to go through fiscal if it's over $100,000. So they are involved, but not during the immediate acceptance of a grant or whatever, because that is in fact time critical.
Is the governor able to suspend that?
Is that going to be hopefully in our wording? When we write a committee report, that is the intent of this legislation, I hope.
Yes. And
Answer my own question.
oh, excellent.
I love that.
That's good when that happens, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll come back to a point that I believe I spoke to when we discussed this previously, and that is that this is, in my view, entirely driven by the extraordinary circumstances that we currently confront with regard to a pandemic. Ordinarily, a governor's emergency orders are going to apply to something which is very temporary, very regional. I spoke about the Alstead flood, which ripped out a highway, made the community almost completely inaccessible. And Governor Lynch called the legislature in for a special session. We appropriated some money, I believe, to take immediate action. But that was very local, very temporary, and hurricanes, floods, snow. Most of these things are either regional or temporary or both, whereas a pandemic is a health situation. It's currently a 1 in 100 year situation. And Representative Pearson, in his remarks, talked about the possibility of an emergency at Seabrook. Now, that would be of a different nature, but it certainly would be one that impacts health. And last week was the 10th anniversary of the Fukushima disaster, which rendered that entire prefecture, which is basically like the entire seacoast and southeast a corner of New Hampshire, uninhabitable, and except for a few people who've come back in against the government's orders, that entire area is now a wasteland. And the idea that the governor is going to issue an executive order and it's going to have to be renewed every couple of weeks, effectively, that's not really workable in an extraordinary circumstance like we have now. I understand that.
Schmidt?
Yes.
I would like to explain that if you have an emergency of 30 days or less, which most of the weather-related emergencies are, this does not affect anything.
Right.
This only affects renewed states of emergency. And in the case of something like a Seabrook disaster, we could meet to consider executive orders at that point. It's not, if there's a regular, normal weather-related emergency, they actually extended it from 21 to 30 days to make sure it won't need to be renewed and the legislature will not have to get involved because we don't need to.
Well, I do understand. I'm aware of that. I do understand. I think that this is just, as I say, it's an extraordinary circumstance where it's believed by people across the spectrum, I think, not just Republicans and not just Democrats, that the governor That's a sense that many people have, that the governor has exceeded his authority, that he has violated the law, overstepped the Constitution and so forth and so on. And there's legitimacy to, to reflecting on that. And I don't mean to dismiss it. I think that we already talked about the joint fiscal, in my opinion, should have been involved in the expenditure of funds that this Gopher task force that the governor created, that was completely his creature, but also completely under his control, had no authority over him whatsoever, was basically like a hand puppet, disagreeing with the owner of the hand. That's, it's troubling, and it is something that needs to be considered. But I think that the idea that you're going to get the legislature, even if you call it in every 30 days and so forth, I don't really think it's workable. And ordinarily, I don't think it's a situation which would exist. I think the ordinary kind of natural disaster type of emergency that we are all familiar with. We've had hurricanes, we've had floods and so forth that have devastated certain areas for certain periods of time. Nobody's going to object to the governor getting everybody necessary involved in that. In this current situation, or the Seabrook emergency, if it were to, God forbid, ever occur, those are special situations. And I do think we need to look at this. That's why I think this bill should be retained, so that we can actually sit down and strategize on the appropriate way to make sure that the governor cannot run wild. I don't think he's done that in this particular case. Some aspects of the lockdowns, for example, I thought the initial cut where he said essential, please let me finish. The essential stuff was allowed to stay open, non-essential had to shut down. I thought within relatively short order that you could have said, can this business, even though it's not essential, can it operate in a way that's safe for its employees and safe for the general public? And if that's the case, that business should have been allowed to reopen, so that the business would not have been financially ruined.
Yes, thank you, Representative Schmidt. I agree with you completely on that point. But this bill is intended to be to be a first pass at establishing some control over emergencies. We have 2 other bills about emergencies that I expect we will retain and work on to develop these things. But I think that getting something out this year is important to a large number of people, to make sure that in a future emergency, the governor doesn't go off by himself, without fiscal, without the legislature, without anybody. And so this is a relatively simple bill.
Well, we recognize and this has been discussed previously, that nothing's going to be done to stop the governor this time around, and he would be likely to veto it. I don't think there's enough agreement to override a veto, but that's hypothetical. I understand where you're coming from. I really have a serious question about viability, workability, and necessity. So,
will
put you down as a mate.
Yes, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I'm of the understanding that you are looking at crafting a new amendment to this bill. And I would urge you, I believe a large number of members of the committee would be more comfortable with a new amendment if it did at least include a cross-reference to the fiscal committee statute.
All right, I can see your point. Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that in this, current emergency, there was general agreement, not to end the state of emergency, and we haven't. I think one of the virtues of this is that it permits the legislature to review individual executive orders. I think there may have been individual executive orders that a majority of the legislature might want to see either eliminated or at least modified. And the problem is we only had this big hammer, which was either end the state of emergency or not. And that was a problem. So I think the biggest value of getting this in is that to have a little more fine-grained control. The governor can still have a state of emergency, but the legislature can review the individual orders. And I think getting that in is important. I think you're right that, almost all the other kind of emergencies, except maybe a Seabrook thing, this wouldn't apply, and extending the 21 to 30 days kind of makes it more likely that it wouldn't. But I'm concerned that this sort of emergency may be more likely in the future than we would have thought. We don't know what's going to happen with, new versions of COVID or some other disease or whatever. So having the legislature involved both in looking at the emergency orders and having fiscal involved, I think is important to get out there as soon as we can. And the effective date of this isn't until 30 days after the current state of emergency is over. So, it's not going to affect the current one because we know politically that's not going to work and may not be a good idea for other reasons. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you're going at this with, Tony, but again, the workability, to the degree that you get the legislature in something that's not obvious. The pandemic was not well understood, and there was a lot of bad information that came out, from and so forth. And we were told by the then president, we were told this will go away. This is a hoax. It's this, that, what have you, a lot of which turned out to be very bad information, but it misled a lot of people. Now you're going to get the legislature.
Representative Allegro.
I think it's such a simple bill and it's interlocking and covers several different aspects of an emergency. I don't see at all where it's not workable because the decisions are to be made down the line. So it covers the immediate emergency by giving the governor the latitude he needs. And then it covers a more prolonged emergency if the legislature can't meet. And it covers a more prolonged emergency if the legislature can meet, and that includes a Seabrook type problem. But most importantly is that it brings in the voice of the people, which is the legislature. And I think that's the most important aspect of this. So I don't see the complications or the non-workability of it. And I like it with the minor changes that need to be made.
Representative Sytek?
Just Representative Lekis has referred to the hammer, and that's our only choice. I have never forgotten that we have that hammer. The question I have is why don't people talk to one another? If the governor were to act in an irresponsible, capricious way, there's a president of the Senate and a Speaker of the House that go into his office and say, hey, look, cut it out. We have the votes to stop this. People should talk to one another, including the governor talking to committees about some of these bills. But that's all I wanted to say.
Representative Roy?
I would just add that while currently the legislature has the ability to stop a state of emergency, what's happened in the meantime is the state of emergency has gotten too big to fail. So if we were to go in and pull the drain plug on this right now, it would cause chaos throughout the state because of the number of executive orders that have intertwined themselves into all facets of life, economically, health-wise. So, in theory we could do it, but practically we can't. And, to Representative Schmidt's point that, this is a once in a decade, lifetime, whatever, that's why we have emergency laws for emergencies. And so even if it is a rare emergency, we've learned it can happen and we should prepare for it. So I agree with what's been said. This provides flexibility for the governor to deal with immediate emergencies, but it avoids a situation where we have one person controlling the legislative actions, the executive actions, in some cases even the court actions, by closing them down for the last year. And that was never envisioned, and we should be prepared for that to happen again. So I think that we need to move forward with this bill now.
Other comments? Okay, in that case, we will recess for lunch. I will get another amendment that includes a cross-reference to fiscal and an exemption for extending the emergency if the legislature cannot meet the same way, and bring that back after lunch. Okay, thank you very much.
Pam, could you mute us?
Sure. What time will you be returning after lunch?
1 o'clock should do. We have
Okay,
a hearing at 1:30, so
right.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the bill's not taking 30.
Welcome back. Right. And Representative Marsh and Representative Schmidt have an amendment, actually. I was impressed.
Wow.
Wait till you see how clever it is and you'll really be impressed.
Yes. All right. Representative Pearson, do you mind withdrawing your amendment, your motion to on Amendment 0629 to House Bill 187?
Sure.
And Representative Foley, you're withdrawing your second?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
All right. Representative Schmidt, do you have a motion?
I do, Madam Chair. I don't actually have the amendment number, but I asked that it be sent to the entire ED&A committee. So some of you, all of you may have it. It's an amendment with myself and Representative Marsh as the sponsors. I think he's the prime sponsor, but what it does is it adopts the methodology that I referenced in my remarks this morning about the gel car, where this committee of the that we were referencing, that we're trying to have the authority with a 4/5 vote to basically suspend the commissioner's order subject to the approval of the legislature subsequently. But in the meantime, the commissioner's order would not be implemented.
I don't.
And Representative McGuire, the chair, is familiar with it from the gel car with a joint resolution.
So that
otherwise we like this. We want this this bill to go forward. I'm totally supportive. It's the other aspect of it was troubling.
Okay, so that if the joint resolution is introduced timely, the emergency order is stayed until the resolution is settled. If the resolution is not timely, then
well, I guess if you missed the boat, but the committee ought to be able to act pretty quickly if you got a 4/5 agreement among the committee members that the commissioner's order is unwise or unwarranted, then I think they would do it. You and I have seen what that's like on the gel car when we have a situation where the rule is improper in whatever fashion, unsupported, that a joint resolution gets enacted and the legislature ordinarily supports that because the gel car in that case is a technical committee that recommends it. And
I have a huge question.
yes, Representative Pearson.
Representative Schmidt, I'm curious as to why all of my changes in part 3 were not included in your amendment.
the only change in my amendment is, to my understanding, is that the 2/3 rescission of a commissioner's order will be changed.
Representative Schmidt, the issue is that we had an amendment that we were considering, and you should have amended the amendment rather than creating a different new one.
This isn't an official amendment.
And this is not an official amendment, so we can't do too much. All right.
Well, can we suspend the whole operation until we can fix the amendment so that we can act on it in a proper form?
I believe that is the appropriate thing because we can't pass amendments, all right? We will.
Put it off, in other words.
Yes, if we can't get OLS to support us this afternoon, please plan to stay here as long as necessary on Wednesday. Okay, because yes, these fixes should be incorporated. In the meantime,
I want to get it right.
yes, we have at least 2 days. So in the meantime, I will move that we retain House Bill 275, which is relative to the governor's power to initiate a state of emergency and various emergency powers. And we can use this to, it's got all sorts of things in it that we can use to consider what we're doing on 417 and modify it. We can incorporate all this good stuff in.
Second.
I'll certainly second your motion to retain.
Is there any other discussion?
Well, hearing none, I'll just say that I absolutely agree that it's appropriate under these circumstances for the legislature, and in this case, the EDA committee, to review the executive powers of the governor with regard to potential for overreach or overstaying the length of the executive of the emergency situation, because I think these are legitimate issues for the people of the state of New Hampshire to have an input on, and we're the designated angels here.
Right. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to retain House Bill 275. When ready, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Legro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Somewhere.
He said yes.
I heard yes.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Here. Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Oh, is that right? I wonder why.
Representative Fallows.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Pontno.
Yes.
Representative Groden.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
It is 18 to nothing to retain.
Right, that will be retained. And I believe the only other bill we can vote on is House Bill 433, limiting renewal of states of emergency. Does someone have a motion? Representative Roy moved ITL on House Bill 433. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Schuett.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, we've got one bill that we're going to work on towards passage, and we've got another retained in our pocket to work on further. So keeping another one is certainly redundant, so let's clear up late.
All right, Representative Schuett,
Ditto.
excellently brief. All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 433, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Stasso.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Not here. Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda. Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Okay. Representative O'Brien
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
18 to 0.
Does anyone object to consent? All right, hearing none, we will put that on consent.
My ride's early.
All right, that's excellent. Representatives Roy and Goldie, if you could get your committee reports in by midday tomorrow, they'll be in the calendar.
I will do that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And since we need an amendment on 187 and on 417, we will take a break until the hearing starts at 1:30.
Or so.
1:30.
Put your name to your amendments.
Thank you.
Shall I not use?
Sure. Ms. Marling, would you put up a notice? We're going to turn off the camera and mute the room.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
on the other thing.
Video is back on and it's
So I'm
on.
gonna check work on.
That's okay, doesn't matter. That's something. Committee, this is going to be our first hearing on an omnibus bill from the Senate. Fortunately, it only has 3 parts. It's we're going to have fun with this one.
And Representative McGuire, just so you know, a gentleman named Rick Yames has, registered to testify during this hearing, and I believe he might be the Rick NH SETAF that shows up in the attendees.
Yes, he'll be here on section 3.
Right.
All right, it being 1:30, I'm opening the hearing on Senate Bill 105. And I call on Senator Kavanaugh to introduce it.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for taking my testimony. I'm introducing Senate Bill 105, and the first section is I filed this legislation to make My 603 the 11th state song. This song was written by Nicole Knox Murphy of Candia, New Hampshire in 2016. And since then, she has performed it at many venues across the state, including for Governor Sununu. And I believe Nicole is here to take any questions as well. But with that, I just wanted to introduce that part of the bill. And thank you all very much for everything you're doing. And I can take any questions if anyone has them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions for Senator Kavanaugh? All right, there aren't any that I can see.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Murphy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, took me a minute. Yes, hi, thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. If you have a few moments, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the journey of the My 603 song.
Excuse me, introduce yourself first, give us your name and where you're from.
Sure, my name is Nicole Knox Murphy. I'm from Candia, New Hampshire. I live here with my family. So I wanted to just kind of give you the journey. I did send out an email. Hopefully you got a link for the YouTube video. So you would have an opportunity to kind of see the full picture of what My 603 is all about. But this song, I was inspired to write the song back in 2015. I was just on the back of a motorcycle ride going to the Franconia Notch with my husband. And I just was looking around at the beautiful scenery and the lack of the man on the mountain, thinking it would be really nice to have a song that would represent New Hampshire and what it's all about and the beautiful landscapes that it has. So on the back of that motorcycle ride, I just started having all these thoughts. So when I got home, a week later, I had the lyrics written, and then I set up the melody to go with the song, and then My 603 was born. In February of 2016, I took a trip to Nashville to record my second album with Jerry Webb at his recording studio. And my second album was called Music is in My Heart. And the My 603 song was the second track on that album. The journey continued for My 603. The fall of 2016, I reached out to Jim Moscow, he's West Side Video, to create a music video for the song. We released the music video onto YouTube, October 29th, 2016. Shows great drone footage and landscapes. It was all what I was trying to depict of what New Hampshire was about. and what it means to me, and which I shared with you guys. The spring of 2017 Music in My Heart album won 2017's New Hampshire Country Music Award for CD of the Year. June of 2017, I was invited to sing to My 603 to Governor Sununu and his council at the State House. It was such an honor. Then the journey continued. Spring of 2018, Music in My Heart album won 2 national awards in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. It won Most Promising Album of the Year in 2018, and also I won Rising Star Songwriter of the Year for Music in My Heart album. A little fun fact, in 2017, I applied at the DMV and I was able to get my 603 as my license plate. So I was kind of happy with that. Spring of 2019, by pure luck, I was singing at a celebration at the Sweeney Post and on the patio when Mayor Joyce Craig showed up, and I was able to sing My 603 to her live. Mayor Craig said she loved the song. She took one of my CDs and said she would go to work helping me get the song recognized. A few weeks later, she introduced me to Senator Kavanaugh and start and help me with the process. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Mayor Craig, for helping me start this process. It's been a very cool learning experience, learning the process of going through making something a bill is pretty cool. And the journey continued. So the summer of August 2019, I was invited to sing My 603 at the Northeast Delta Stadium on the field before a Fisher Cats game. That was quite a bucket list event for me. I've sang My 603 on many local radio stations and fairs throughout the state to get the song out there. So during this crazy time of the pandemic, I would like to thank Senator Kavanaugh and they and Donna Susie also honored my song June 29th, 2020 as a New Hampshire state resolution. And that was quite an honor to bestow upon my 603. And then in December of 2020, that's when Senator Kavanaugh entered my 603 as a bill to be voted on and go through the process that it's going through today. I just want you to know that I am Nicole Knox Murphy. I'm a wife of 37 years, a mother of 3 grown children, grandmother of 5, and a local singer-songwriter. I am grateful and honored and appreciate your vote to continue this process to make my 603 to represent New Hampshire as a state song.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schultz.
Honestly, I don't have a question. I just wanted to congratulate her and thank you for your song and your performance. I think that's fantastic. And I will be supporting it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I would like to echo what Representative Schultz said. I listened to it. It's a cute little song. My question though has to do with copyright. Like, is the song copyrighted? Because if we're going to adopt something as a state song, I think it has to be available for anyone to use it and play it wherever and whenever they want.
Well, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's when I administer all songs now, when you record music, are MP3s more than albums or CDs. So when you go through the process of putting your music online, I go through a company called TuneCore, and that's how I distribute my music. And they copyright it there as it's distributed out. So basically it's on all the major download sites. It's on Amazon, it's on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all those major download sites. You just type in my 603 and you can go and download it. But it's free. I mean, I give, if I have to sign something, giving you guys permission to play it or have me come play it. I mean, I'm giving you the song as a gift because I think New Hampshire needs this and it's something positive. And, but I think that's something we could look into. I'm not sure. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Follow up. Follow up, please.
Yes, did I answer your question correctly?
you, since I don't know nothing about how that works, I appreciate your answer because obviously I didn't know how it works, but I do think that's important. I have no idea how to go about doing that.
Well, yes, it's already copyright. I have copyrights to it through TuneCore.
But you're not charging for its use.
The use, well, no, if they want to go and download a song off, you know, they will, I get pennies for it because it goes through a process, but on like Spotify, you buy a membership and I get pennies for, you know, if somebody streams one of my songs to listen to any of my songs. I have 3 albums out there. So it's my song, but I give you permission to play it and use it.
Thank you. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Ms. Murphy.
Hi.
Are you a member of ASCAP or some similar songwriting group?
No, I signed up for that many, many years ago, but I never renewed it because I went through TuneCore. It's what a lot of the newer artists are doing to distribute the music. Because back then, before they had a lot of was albums and some CDs. Now that we're in the whole world of MP3s and downloadable music, TuneCore was the way to go.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair. If you, let me rephrase this. If someone were to use any of your songs to do a cover of them for commercial purposes, then you would definitely get a fee. Is that correct?
Well, I think if I was hoping if somebody wanted to use my song, that I would have an opportunity to maybe come sing it live for a commercial or be a part of it somehow, or being either tagged as the writer. I mean, I think it's important to know if they use the song to give the person who wrote it credit.
Thank you.
I still don't know if that answered your question.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Ms. Murphy. Actually, you're one of my constituents, so I want to thank you for contributing in the way that you have to the state.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, as far as the copyright thing goes, the way my understanding of it would go is that it's kind of like Francis Scott Key's, you know, the national anthem. Anyone can sing it anywhere, anytime.
Correct.
And that would have to be the same with this. If it's a state song, anyone could sing it anywhere, anytime, and there'd be no copyright infringement because, as you said, you'd have to actually, I think, give it to the state or at least waive your copyrights to it. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that like with any song, anybody can take any song. Like I do the same thing when I perform. I'm always singing somebody else's music. I'm a cover artist. So I cover a lot of Miranda Lambert, a lot of the new artists out there for country music. So I sing my originals. I'm also covering other people's music. So, and the places that I sing this music in, they have to have pay fees to the state or to those companies, licensing companies, to have people sing live music in their buildings. So it's very complicated, but I'm giving permission for my 603. And if I have to actually sign something to say that that's the case, that I'm giving you the song. And obviously I would like to be noted as the, you know, the writer and creator of the song. Other than that, I don't know how else I would go about.
We don't either. Representative Lekes?
Yeah, I have a similar concern. I mean, you know, it's a nice song and I'm glad you created it. But if I was going to support it to become an official state song, I would have to be completely assured that there was absolutely no copyright issue and that anybody could perform it anywhere under any circumstances. And I don't know if there, you know, it sounds like you don't know of a way to do that. I don't either at this point.
Well, I mean, all I can say is like you said, the national anthem, anybody can sing it anywhere. My song is no different. Actually, it's less different because I'm not as famous as the person who probably wrote the national anthem. I'm just a singer-songwriter in Candia, New Hampshire.
The national anthem was written 200 years ago.
Yeah.
It's out of copyright.
Okay.
And the writer is dead, so the situations are not at all similar. Representative Allegro?
Good afternoon, I should say. Thank you for taking my question. Does the producer or distributor of your album music have any financial interest in this? Because they would also have to waive rights for this to become public domain as well.
All right. So TuneCore is just a online site that you pay them to distribute your music. They don't own my music, but they once you upload your music there and you say you are the writer of this song, then they say, okay, you're the writer. And then they see if somebody else starts to take your music, then they'll say, no, that belongs to so-and-so. But that's just to protect music as it goes up online and on YouTube. But other than that, that's the only place that I uploaded my music to. So other than that, there's no hold on the song except me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Murphy? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony and for your song. Does anyone wish to testify? Laura Inahara?
Me okay? Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, let me lower my hand. So I'm here to testify on the portion of the bill related to metastatic breast cancer.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Hold on.
Sure.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on part one? Seeing none, in that case, we move on to part two. So yes, Ms. Inahara.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Laura Inahara. I'm a resident of Durham, New Hampshire. Can you all still hear me? Just checking. Okay. Thank you to all for letting me speak, and to Senator Perkins Coca and her office for their guidance and support throughout this process. When most people think of breast cancer, they think of the color pink, and there's a false misconception that there's a cure for breast cancer. The purpose of commemorating October 13th as Metastatic Breast Cancer Awareness Day, also referred to as MBC in the state of New Hampshire, is for the public to understand MBC is not pink. It is a stage 4 incurable illness with a median life expectancy of only 2 to 3 years. This disease doesn't discriminate. It impacts all regardless of age. 115 lives are lost daily to MBC in the US alone. I founded a campaign called Light Up MBC that originated in New Hampshire 4 years ago by lighting the Memorial Bridge in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in the MBC awareness ribbon colors of green, pink, and teal. The MBC awareness ribbon incorporates the color of green and teal in addition to pink. Green represents triumph, life over death, and teal symbolizes healing and spirituality. The thin pink ribbon represents the cancer originated in the breast. The goal of the campaign is to literally shine a light on the disease and the lack of funding it receives. The campaign has grown significantly since inception. Last year, on October 13th, every state in the US participated, as well as 4 international locations, by lighting a total of 160 landmarks in the MBC awareness ribbon colors. October 13th is recognized at the federal level as the official Metastatic Breast Cancer Awareness Day. Other states have also joined in recognizing October 13th at the state level with language inclusive of New Hampshire originated Light Up MBC campaign. By the state of New Hampshire recognizing October 13th as Metastatic Breast Cancer Awareness Day, it will help bring awareness to the public that 98% of all breast cancer related deaths are from metastatic breast cancer. Yet less than 5% of breast cancer related funds raised go toward researching treatments for MBC. The MBC community lives depend on research. I know the impact of this disease all too well. It took my best friend's life, also a resident of New Hampshire, at only 36 years old. Since her passing, I've met many more families impacted by this disease within New Hampshire and across the globe. We really appreciate your support of this bill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Inahara. I have a question. I was quite surprised several years ago to learn that men can also have breast cancer. Is that also metastatic, or is it differentiated as it may be with women? I'm sorry, I'm not too knowledgeable about the subject.
Oh, yeah, so men can also, you're correct, they can also have breast cancer. I've actually met a man with metastatic breast cancer. He was actually in our campaign last year speaking about his experience, because not many people are aware that men can actually get breast cancer, and any person can get diagnosed at any stage of cancer. So you can be diagnosed at stage 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. When you get to stage 4, that is when it becomes metastatic, because it's spread outside of the breast and into vital organs like lung, liver, brains, bones, and it's metastasized. So people sometimes have the misconception that, you know, there's breast cancer originated, but then it came back as liver cancer. It's not actually true. The cancer spreads and actually attacks different areas of the body. So you're actually correct. Men do have this, and I have met someone that does.
Yeah, I learned it from a friend. It seems like there's a lot of unawareness
there
in the
is
population about the subject in general, even though it's well known. So thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
You're correct. And that's exactly what this campaign is geared to do. I was one of those people that really had 2 grandmothers that had breast cancer, and they were known as survivors. I had the misconception that if you get breast cancer, this is one of the better cancers to have, because you can overcome it, because I saw both my grandmothers. And so I got a hard reality when my best friend was diagnosed, and together we did a lot of research, and I learned a lot more than I ever realized attached to breast cancer.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, do you have any events planned on this day to try to get out your information? Because we can identify something as a day that's recognized in the state of New Hampshire, but the state can't really do the information campaign for you. So I'm just wondering.
I understand. Thank you. Yes, we do. So I actually have a entire group of mostly women and men, to the other representative's point, that have stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. And we've created a community where there's a representative across each state representing their own state. So I help with New Hampshire. So I work with the local, like I've worked with Seacoast Online the past couple of years, and Foster's, to basically share why because to your point, if you don't understand why things are lighting, it doesn't really make a difference. So we've shared why the bridge in New Hampshire, if we take it local to our state, is lighting and the impact behind that. And we have invited the community to the bridge, anyone, whether you have stage 0 or stage 4 breast cancer, to come and recognize, loved ones lost. People have brought their own luminary bag, and we make sure to clean up after. We've never left anything behind. But we also collectively, together with my fellow Light Up NBC ambassadors, we've sold merchandise that says Light Up NBC. We raised over $100,000 this past year collectively together, and all that money was dedicated to a stage 4 metastatic breast cancer research grant. We granted it there, so it's a collective group effort, not just beyond me. But yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Seeing none, I call Senator Quokka, and I apologize for not calling you sooner. I didn't see your name. Senator? Yes, Senator Copeland, you have been recognized. Just unmute yourself and speak.
Aha, thank you. I just didn't receive the unmute button the first time. My apologies. Good afternoon. For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Coca from Senate District 21, representing the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Mudbury, Lee, Durham, Newington, Newmarket, and Newfields. The prime sponsor part 2 of SB 105, recognizing October 13th as Metastatic Breast Cancer Awareness Day. This bill passed the Senate ED&A committee unanimously and passed the Senate on the consent calendar. The LSR creates a separate day to specifically recognize metastatic breast cancer. Metastatic breast cancer is among the deadliest forms of breast cancer, but receives minimal funding, research, and awareness compared to its effect. By recognizing October 13th as Metastatic Breast Cancer Awareness Day, New Hampshire will highlight the disease and call attention to its impacts. As you heard from Ms. Inahara, this is a very grave disease that needs our support and attention. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'll be happy to try to answer any additional questions.
Are there any questions for the senator? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on part 2? Seeing any. On part 3, we have Rick Eames, right? If you would unmute yourself.
Yes, that's correct. Rick Eames.
Excuse me. Before you speak, Senator Hennessy wishes to speak. So I'd like to get her first. Senator Hennessy?
Senator Hennessy's the prime on part 3 as well.
Yes. Yes, you just unmute yourself and speak. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't given an option to unmute myself before. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Erin Hennessy. I am the senator for District 1, which covers Thornton all the way north through Pittsburgh. And I'm here to introduce part 3, which is a very exciting day. On April 8th, 2024, there will be a full solar eclipse, which you can see in the northern part of my district. The best part is that it's one of the first places you can see it in the northern hemisphere. And it'll be an exciting day for students and really anyone that wants to go out and participate in this phenomenon. We have Mr. Eames with us today, which will give you more details. But I am hoping that you will pass this section to help recognize it, because like we saw in former solar eclipses, they get a lot of people coming into various states when it happens, and there's a lot of demand on solar eclipse goggles. And there's also a bit of planning that I think our teachers should be doing in order to help their students participate in this event. So I hope you'll consider passage of this, and thank you very much.
Questions for the senator? Seeing none. Mr. Eames?
Thank you. My name is Rick Eames, and I'm a resident of Concord, New Hampshire. Good afternoon, Madam Chair McGuire, Vice Chair Roy, and committee members. I'm a 33-year resident and 30-year Domino's Pizza franchisee here in Concord. As a passionate solar eclipse chaser, I traveled to Casper, Wyoming in August of 2017 to view what is truly a once, or in my case, twice in a lifetime event. I had the good fortune to view and experience at 100% the last TSE, total solar eclipse, here in the US. Subsequently, I discovered that the next US TSE on Monday, April 8th, 2024, will be 100% over Coos County and 95+% over the entire state of New Hampshire. For comparative purposes, the 2017 TSE was 65% over Concord. In the solar eclipse world, 65% is a lightning bug, while 100% is lightning. 2 years ago, I founded the New Hampshire Solar Eclipse Task Force, also known as the New Hampshire CTAF, with fellow Granite Staters in the areas of government and tourism, commerce, education, astronomy, and nonprofits in order to network everyone in New Hampshire to plan, promote, monetize, and celebrate this wondrous event. Basically, we have a celestial Super Bowl coming to our backyard, and we don't even need to build a $200 million stadium to take advantage of it. However, we do need to plan and prepare as much as possible and as early as possible to leverage our good fortune for the entire state. After networking nationally with the American Astronomical Society and NASA, I now know that there is no right time to start getting ready for a TSE. That leaves us with two options. Either we will be early or way too late. I started networking the 2017 TSE about a year and a half ahead and quickly realized I was way too late. Since after 2024, the next TSE to occur in New Hampshire will be in 2079, I have chosen to go nice and early with the NHTSE in 2024. Of course, that's not even taking into account a global pandemic, potential April blizzard, or anything else that can happen to us over the next 3 years. Good thing we started early. Last March, our identical House Bill 1382, sponsored by Representative Reed, passed the New Hampshire House by a vote of 244 yay to 67 nay. Thank you, Senator Hennessy, for sponsoring Senate Bill 105, Part 3, and for your past support as Representative Hennessy of House Bill 1382. I'm here today to ask each of you to vote OTP on Senate Bill 105, Part 3, so that our entire state will have enough time to plan, prepare, monetize, and celebrate this once-in-a-lifetime, fun, spiritual, and peaceful event for the benefit of us all. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for your time and consideration of our request. I'm happy to answer any questions and/or provide any additional information that this committee may have and/or need. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sitek has a question.
Spell your last name, please. Did you hear me? Mr. Eames, is it?
Yeah, Mr. Yeames. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Representative.
Just spell your last name, please.
Y-E-A-M-E-S.
Okay. Evan.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Yes. Do you have the long-range weather forecast?
I do not, but one thing that I've learned is you can't control the weather. I've started to network with a fellow Concord resident, Daniel Fry, who happens to be blind, legally blind. He's done a lot of work with the National Blindness Foundation, and he is aware, along with me, of many different devices that are used to experience solar eclipses for visually impaired folks, such as sound, vibration, and various other apps that are available. And our intention, because early April is not the best time weather-wise in northern New Hampshire, is to make sure far ahead of time that we have plenty of these apps available so that if weather does not help us out on that day, we'll have something for the tens of thousands of people that'll be in northern New Hampshire to still experience this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, sir, for drawing attention to this. I'm looking at nationaleclipse.com, which used a NASA map, basically. And just so I can get the interpretation of this right, the path that they're showing here, which the center of never actually does travel into New Hampshire, it's really close. But the width of this path will be, is this like the full Monty, if you will, the whole shebang is within the swath here, which seems to cross pretty much with 93 intersects with 91 in Vermont. Is that Is that the range of the full eclipse?
That's correct. The eclipse will start early in the morning in Mazatlan, Mexico, and then the zone of totality, which is that zone anywhere from 60, 70 to 100, 110 miles wide. The zone heads from Mazatlan, Mexico into Texas, just goes northwest of San Antonio, continues on through, I believe, 10 or 11 states: Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and then heads into northern New England, goes through Burlington, Vermont, northern New Hampshire, Coos County, continues on through Maine, and then continues through the Maritimes, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland. So one of my goals in starting so early, because New Hampshire does not have great weather prospects in early April, we are looking to be the first to have a solar eclipse bill, not only in the US, but also in Mexico and Canada. So all of North America, and we've sort of tied in with the fact that first in the nation primary, we are looking to be the first to actually pass a solar eclipse day bill. But I don't think we'll be the last. However, I like to compare us to Neil Armstrong when he stepped off the Eagle lander onto the surface of the moon. He did say that's one small step for man. This is one small step for New Hampshire. But after that, he didn't say, okay, folks, that's it. We're good. Everybody back in the lander. We're out of here. We're heading home. So hopefully this might get a few other states, hopefully in New England, and maybe other states across the country will follow our lead. But I've learned that most people remember who was first on the moon, second on the moon, even third in that group. They never made it to the moon. They made it a lot closer than I did. But when you get up to 10, 15, 20, the memory of who walked on the moon isn't as good. So I like to be number one or number two. And that's why I'm advancing this bill, working to advance it so early.
Thank you. Representative Roy?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you answered it or not, but what would be if the weather cooperates, what would be the best spot in New Hampshire to observe this eclipse?
The best spot will be if you draw a line from the southwest to northeast, from Lancaster, New Hampshire to Milan. If you draw a line right along that thing, anywhere north of that line, that'll be 100% totality. That will be where it'll go to night in the middle of the day. You'll be able to see stars and planets. This actually, the picture behind me, my background, is a picture of the 2017 eclipse. I did not take that. That's a picture from NASA. That is actually at sunset as the sun is slipping beneath the waves, and it was eclipsed at that time, and it's just starting to see the diamond ring effect. The folks way up in Newfoundland and off the shore of Newfoundland will see something like this on that day, because they'll be experiencing it at sunset. And something else that's coming up really quick, I haven't done anything official with it, but in less than 3 months, on Thursday, June 10th, here in New Hampshire, the East Coast and Northeast, I suggest getting up early on that day, because on that day at sunrise at 5:06, the sun is actually going to come up partially eclipsed by the moon, which is really, really rare. There hasn't been a lot of notice about it, because the main part of it starts north of Toronto, goes over the North Pole, ends up in Russia. But again, we'll still be able to see it. And that brings up a good point too. Even though the path of totality is up in northern New Hampshire, everyone in New Hampshire will have at least 95%. And in Salem, Nashua, it'll be 95%. And the farther you go north through the state, it'll go from 95 to 96, 97, 98, 99. And then when you hit Lancaster, it'll be totality. And my intention, networking with tourism, commerce, local businesses, is to basically, if you're not in Lancaster or north, to basically stage people south of there in hotels, B&Bs, wherever, churches, wherever we can set up people, and then organize to have people travel north of Lancaster, either the night before or the day of. But obviously, you can't set this up a month or two or even a year ahead. This takes a lot of planning, and that's why we're advancing the bill so early.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having had the privilege of seeing this presentation the previous time, I remember vividly that the speakers had some literature, which I'm wondering whether you have some for us or can link to us, because to understand the significance of early planning, as you said in your opening remarks, a year ahead is too late. Some of the written materials were very impactful, and some of the people who talked about the eclipse, their eclipse experience down in Tennessee, I think. It was very impactful with regard to how important early planning is, because otherwise it turns into a disaster. Do you have such a link or?
I do. I sent out a package. Representative Roy, I think you received that package. I had a response from you.
I did, yes.
Okay, if you could forward it to Representative Schmidt, and if there's anyone else that didn't receive, I thought I sent it to everybody.
I may have it. I may have it. I'll look for it.
Okay.
I get deluged. Thank you very much. And thanks for providing the background photograph. That's pretty phenomenal itself.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, I remember one of the things that I learned last year when we heard about your bill was that you can't reuse those glasses that we had in 2017. So I think that's an important safety message. And is that part of your planning to make sure that there are plenty of glasses available and that people know what they can use and what they can't use?
Yes, that's part of it. And this is something, as I'm networking with NASA and the AAS across the country, representing New Hampshire, but linking up with other states and other groups. One of the things that happened in 2017 is it was very tough to get the general public aware of what was happening and what was coming down the pike. And that resulted in the not large number of companies that can make these certified safe glasses, because these glasses, safe to look at the sun, that's all they're good for. You know, you look at the sun and you protect your eyes and you can see the sun, you can see the eclipse. But if you look at anything else with these glasses, you just see darkness. They're like a level 14 welder's glass. So it's very, very important that we have good, safe glasses and that we have people planning ahead. People don't plan to fail, they just fail to plan. And what happened specifically in 2017 was, as August 21st got really close, people realized they didn't have glasses. As we all do these days, they went online. Many of them went to Amazon, and Amazon did have glasses, but some of the glasses that Amazon had were coming from China. And unfortunately, the safety, the copyright laws, how they do business in China is not quite the same as here. And I have nothing for or against China or Amazon. However, some of the glasses that were obtained by that route were not proper glasses. They were not safe. And when you're talking about your eyes, and looking at the sun, you need to have that assurity far, far ahead. I think Amazon actually ended up taking down stuff or not selling it. Now everybody was confused. And one of the things that some people don't realize is there are no pain sensors in your eye. So when you're doing damage to your eye by light, you don't feel it, you don't realize it. But if you're using improper glasses or something that's not blocking out the rays to protect your eyes, you're doing eye damage, you don't know it. You might not know it even for a couple of days. And one of the things is eye damage can often be permanent and can often be irresistible. And given the fact that you only have, one set of eyes, it's not something you want to be messing around with. So my networks have very experienced, very safe people. Another thing that we can do if we plan early enough is we can enroll optometrists and ophthalmologists throughout the state and let them know, hey, if someone has a question about a pair of glasses, are you willing to be a site that they can bring the glasses to you prior to the event and make sure that they're good? And again, there's so many different things. I mean, one thing that they planned in Casper, Wyoming, when I was out there, all of a sudden, 6 months before the event, people realized, because it was in August, they didn't have enough porta potties. And they started calling around to get more porta potties. And lo and behold, because the event was everywhere, nobody had any left. And they had to source them from quite a ways away at quite significant expense. So it's the little things you want to look at. And we have a Super Bowl coming, but it's not just a Super Bowl in our backyard. It's the backyard of Maine, New Hampshire, Quebec, Ontario, Newfoundland, New York. So there's going to be, we want to be early. Better to be early than way too late.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Ames. I'm curious if you have a projected time of day that the total eclipse would be occurring in New Hampshire.
I do. It's going to be approximately 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon. The whole event, however, will start at about 2 o'clock and will run till about 5. So it's a slow process as the sun starts to, the moon starts to move across the sun. And the picture behind me shows the end of totality, and the moon is just starting to move off of the sun. It's called the diamond ring effect. That is stage 3.
So pretty much prime time.
Yes, prime time. However, planning is important. You could be up in Pittsburgh, you could get a hotel, and then you could realize, gosh, looking to the east, there's a big mountain there. And if, the mountain, if the sun goes behind the mountain at 2:45 or 3 o'clock, that you're not going to be happy. You will not be pleased, especially if you were told this is somewhere that has a room. So again, I can't emphasize how much planning can be done. And obviously we want to get the B&Bs, the Airbnbs, the hotels, everyone on board. One of the things that happens too is prior to the event, people come in over the course of, say, a week. So, there's people coming in slowly. You're not stressing out the gas stations, the restaurants, the area attractions. Then the event happens. What typically happens is 5 o'clock, everyone goes, okay, that's it. Do we have school tomorrow? Do we have to work? We're out of here. And it's akin to when you land in an airplane and everyone hops up and then stands there for 20 minutes. For many people, it took an hour or two to get to the site of totality, and then it took anywhere from 12 to 24 hours to leave. So we're going to be encouraging people to stay an extra day or two. Oh, and while you're there, why don't you check out some of our attractions? And you're going to need to eat and a place to stay for an extra day or two, but we'll give you a deal. So all this requires just a tremendous amount of planning. And I don't know if Laura, it sounds like she's still on the phone. One of the things that we're starting ahead of time, I think that was in the package, not only do we have our event on Monday, April 8th, 2024, but less than 6 months earlier, on Saturday, October 14th, 2023, there's a second eclipse coming to the US. That one's going to be out west. That's going to go from, I'm sorry, I could talk about this for hours, and please, anyone who wants more information, and I realize you're on a time schedule, I apologize.
Yes, thank you. That's anyway, does any other questions? Seeing none, there's a Ms. Sally Jensen who I believe wishes to speak. I think you should be able to. You should be able to unmute yourself, Ms. Jensen, and speak to us.
There, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Committee Chairman, and to all the members. I'm Sally Jensen, and I live in Campton. I'm a retired teacher, still working in curriculum and still presenting to different groups. And I'm very excited to be able to support this bill totally. I'm working with Rick Eames, and I can share with you an event that happened in 1994, May 10th. I was in my classroom with my 5th grade, and we had an annular eclipse that went over Plymouth, New Hampshire. And we had to stay indoors and look at a TV to enjoy that. So we need to be prepared ahead of time and work with educating teachers. And this is the most natural STEM event. And we need to make it so that students understand what's happening and they're safe. And I'm presently working on a book list, 4 different book lists for the librarians and for different school systems. And the first book list will be for young readers from 0 age to 10. The next will be middle school and high school, and then adult reading. And I hope to get those ready and distribute those to help people understand and be educated. And if you think about it, we need to have families, students, communities understand our Earth-Moon system. If you think about it, if we didn't have the moon, our life would be really different. We'd have shorter days, the weather would be wild, we'd have no songs about the moon, and there'd be no honeymoons either. So I just want to let you know that I'm totally in support of this, and I hope we can do this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jensen. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 105? Representative Corrigan? Senator Corrigan, you should be able to unmute and speak to us.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to double back to Section 1, the My 603 song, which I think is an excellent song. So I think it's perfect as is, and it should become another honorary state song. There seem to be a lot of questions about the copyright. I mean, I'm a creative person myself. I don't know all the ins and outs of it. It's probably the songwriter probably knows more than I did, but there did seem a little bit of confusion during the discussion. So the way, first of all, many of our honorary state songs, maybe all of them, are already written by by people who write songs for a living, like Miss Murphy does, including 2 very famous singer-songwriter who recently passed away, who used to live in the same community as me. I'm not sure if they were my constituents, but the Shaw Brothers, who did New Hampshire Naturally. So I don't think it's necessary, and it seems a little unfair to make her sign over the rights of the song and put it to the public domain. I think the way it works, we can just make it an honorary state song, and she can still continue to collect a small amount of royalties that she gets when it's streamed or if somebody covers it on an album or whatever. I think the way public performance works is the venue is charged for it, and then the performing rights organizations, including TuneFork, which I heard about, try to divvy it up, which is kind of an inexact science, but so that's how we should continue to do it. I think you may want to consult with the House Counsel. You may also want to look back.
Thank you, Representative
previous
Farr.
laws. So yeah, I think I would guess advise against asking her to sign away the rights to the song, because I don't think that's necessary. I think she should continue to collect the small amount of royalties that she's getting from it. So that's
Representative Oregon.
And you should go back and look at the laws that were passed in 1983 when New Hampshire Naturally was, and then 2007 a song called "Live Free or Die" by Barry Palmer were made songs. So thanks.
Ms. Murphy, you wish to speak again?
Sorry. No, I just was raising my hand just in case I needed to answer a question. So no, I'm good unless there's somebody who has more questions for me.
Are there any? No, I don't think so. Thank you. We grilled you pretty thoroughly the first time.
Yeah, I totally wasn't expecting all those questions. I guess I didn't really think about all those things. I just honestly just wrote a song for New Hampshire, and I just wanted to share it and my love for New Hampshire. And that's
Appreciate your having done so. Thank you very much.
It's been done before, and what she did has been done before. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess I have a question for the chair. Is that
Yes.
something that Pam can do a quick little bit
I
of
don't
research?
know. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 105? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair?
And thank you all for being here.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Oh, yes, Representative Schultz.
Thank you. I think at our last exec session before lunchtime, I believe Representative Schmidt was muted. Am I right that he was muted?
I think he kind of ran out.
Okay, well, here's why I'm bringing it up. Of course, you know I was muted when I spoke during the executive session on HB 544, and I think I was muted when questioning folks, which I understand. I would just like to say if he was muted, he was making a point about Trump's handling of COVID. And of course, we could disagree on things about Trump, and that's understandable. But wouldn't it be better than muting him, doing as you do when we're all in the room together, which is, I don't remember if you exactly gavel or not, but you do a good job, actually, of explaining why we veer off or whatever reason that you call us out of order. And then you give us a chance to finish what we were saying.
Representative Schultz, here's why I muted him. He was getting seriously off track. I tried to gavel him. I tried to tell him to focus on the bill, and he would not do so. I was unable to get through him on this interface. So I muted him so that he would stop, and I was prepared to recognize him again for him to complete his thoughts if he had not done so. It's very difficult to get through to somebody on Zoom to tell them you're getting way off track. You're not talking about what we're here to talk about. And
fair.
And
I know it is difficult because of the separation of those of us on Zoom versus those of us in the room. And I respect how you handled this for sure, you know, when we were all in person. I wonder if we can find a new way to address this, because I don't even think Representative Schmidt realized he was muted, or I think I heard you try to interrupt him. I'm not so sure that he heard you. And I wonder if we can find a fairer way to notify those of us on Zoom if you are calling us out of order, which is your right. I don't know what that is or what it should be, but I'm just suggesting maybe a different approach.
If you can come up with a way to get the attention of someone who is in full spate and not paying attention to other voices or gavels or things like that, I would love to hear what your suggestion, and I will implement it. But until then, the only thing I can do is to someone who is speaking at length on something that's off topic, is to mute them and say, and then go back to them and say, we shut you off, and ask if anybody needs to speak. Because we could spend all day going off topic, and on many occasions we've come close.
That's fair. I wonder if, while it might be annoying for the folks in the room with you, if maybe gaveling a few times would be helpful. I don't know if that's the solution. I'm just suggesting it.
Yes, thank you. I tried gaveling you down just recently, and you kept right on going. So it's clearly ineffective for people who are not physically in the room, and we'll have to come up with a better way. If you think of one, let me know. I'd love to hear it.
Well, hopefully we all get our shots soon and can be in the same room. By mid-April, I'll be in the room. But and you've been very fair in explaining the reasons, you know, in the past we've been gavelled out, and I've appreciated that about you. And I hope we can find a good approach to that works for everybody. Whatever that is, I don't know that we've figured it out yet. Just making a note of it.
All right. So, do we want to exec Senate Bill 105, or do we want to get information on this copyright stuff? Yes, okay, I've had at least one vote for getting information on copyright.
No.
What?
For executive.
Oh, sorry. Well, at least one vote for exec.
Madam Chair, I would be interested in having you move your amendment.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I would be interested in having you move on your amendment.
I have two amendments. But,
okay.
Okay, it sounds like there is a interest. Representative Schmidt?
I'm here restlessly awaiting your decision.
Awaiting what?
Your decision.
Oh, lots. It sounds like there is at least some interest in proceeding to exec. So we will do so. Representative Roy, do you have a motion? And on the bill. Do you want an amendment?
Well, I'd like to move ought to pass.
Second.
Let's see if it goes.
What bill are we?
I'm sorry, are we voting ought to pass on the bill?
Aye. Representative Roy very quietly and politely moved ought to pass.
Second.
And this is what bill?
On the bill itself?
Bill 105, which we have just heard. Is there a second?
Second. For Representative Schultz.
Schultz?
Yep. Okay. Representative, do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Roy?
I do. So I think it's a rather easy bill. The state song portion, I really appreciate the work that this citizen put into it. I think that should be encouraged. It doesn't cost the state anything. We have other state songs, and this would just add to that. And I think it's a good example of civic involvement, where you apply your skills that are best suited to you. With regard to the metastatic breast cancer, I think there can never be too much awareness for that. And again, this is just an awareness day. It doesn't cost anything. It's not an official holiday or anything of that nature. So in the eclipse, I mean, just how cool is that? So I'm going to go ahead and move on to pass.
All right, you did. Representative Schultz, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yes. Isn't it fun when Representative Roy and I agree, and we agreed? We have already passed Section 3 before. I realize not everybody was on this committee at that time, but we in the House did pass that before. And I happen to know Rick Eames, and his enthusiasm is infectious. I think that both of the other two sections are very good. It is my understanding that, and I will say my knowledge of this is limited, but my understanding of the way copyright law works is if you have representation and lawyers who push that sort of thing, then it might be enforced to some degree. But she's already given us permission in her testimony for anyone to use her song with her permission. I think that is actually all you need. I'm not a lawyer, but having worked at churches where copyright is actually making sure your chorale and your Sunday services are properly copywritten, that process is taken very seriously. And I think you literally only need the permission of the songwriter. I might be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain that's the case. I think all three sections are great, and I hope that we can agree on this omnibus bill. Thank you.
Great. Representative Schuett, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I guess a comment and a question. Question of the chair first. If we just do ought to pass, then you are not going to bring your amendments on this bill, is that correct?
Yes, that is the motion. While we're discussing it, I might move either of them. The point is that I personally fully support Solar Eclipse Day. I don't really care about the state song, and I kind of think another Cancer Awareness Day seems redundant, because it's more effective if the cancer group each year petitions the governor, because it keeps them involved. We've opposed special days for that reason, but I'm not opposed enough to fight the entire committee.
Thank you. Follow up.
Yes.
Just a suggestion to Representative Roy, if this motion prevails, to be sure and state in the blurb, which will establish legislative intent, Ms. Murphy's remarks that she does give unequivocal permission for the use of the song.
Representative Broda?
Thank you. The issue about the song hasn't been resolved. I will not be voting for this bill. I would rather support your amendment that just includes the number 3, the Solar Eclipse Day. That's the only thing that I'm interested in at the time. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too will be voting against this motion, hoping that your amendment will be brought forward for just Solar Eclipse Day. I told the members of this committee before my stance is on continuing to name days as we get 5 or 6 of those bills every year, and it's just overwhelming as we go on, and I think it dilutes the purpose. For that reason, I won't support this motion, and will hopefully support your amendment coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a question, I guess, and maybe I should have asked it earlier, but clarification. I was concerned about the song when I was thinking it was being named the state song, but apparently it's just a state song to be shared with numerous others. I guess I don't know what the difference is, and maybe somebody on the committee can enlighten me.
There are 10 other songs that are labeled as state songs at the moment. So
It's an honorary.
it's an honorary title.
Yeah, so I would have no opposition to it in that case.
Representative Allegro.
Thank you. I could address the whole bill a little bit later as we move on, but I want to address a couple of the elements of it. I was just about to say we already have a state song, and then there are, I guess, somewhere between 8 and 10 that receive honorable mention. Our current state song, which is Old New Hampshire, actually talks about lakes, fields, forests, rivers, rills, and so again, it touches on the natural aspects of New Hampshire. There's another aspect which makes it a little bit more difficult for me yet. What happens when area codes are no longer in use, or when New Hampshire splits into 2 area codes, which is inevitable? And then, well, I'll leave it at that for that bill. On breast cancer awareness, we just have, in spite of what some people might suggest, we have tremendous efforts going on around the country and in the state for breast cancer awareness. And then I'll hold off on the other comments for a little bit later if the conversation about the bill proceeds.
Representative Marcus.
I agree with the others who support part 3. I see the Solar Eclipse Day more as a economic development thing than anything else. And I agree that, I mean, there are many diseases, cancers that are fatal, and all of them could use additional attention. And there's already tremendous publicity around breast cancer. I mean, maybe they could work in that community to get the particular metastatic thing recognized more. I do have some concerns with the copyright issue of the state song. So I prefer the amendment that got rid of 1 and 2.
All right. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some reservations with regard to the song aspect. Although she seemed quite open to letting us use it and so forth, she seemed quite uncertain about several aspects of it. And I think we would be remiss in our responsibility if we didn't check with the House attorney or someone to see what the law is. Because as harmless as it might seem, to the degree with that we jump in on something where we inadvertently goof it up, just for lack of a little bit of foresight, would be a shame, because I haven't had a chance to hear the song. I agree with Representative Allegra that My 603, I thought right off the bat, we have almost split up already, and I think it's inevitable that we will. And so there are a couple of aspects there. So I think that I'm certainly in favor of alerting the public, and the economy aspect of it is of the solar eclipse is going to be enormous. And we are going to have thousands of people who are going to regret if they got into it too late, just for lack of information. So we should absolutely pass that. The other stuff I've spoken to. Thank you.
All right, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I guess, in the guise of a parliamentary inquiry. If ought to pass fails, then the bill would not be subject to amendment. Am I correct?
Representative Schuett, I would, as soon as the last person, which was yourself, had spoken, I was about to move the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing only people who have spoken before, I move amendment 0901H, which deletes sections 1 and 2. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Well, we have Roy and Schultz already.
They moved up to pass. It's
Oh,
a to amendment. This is an amendment. And I prepared this because just looking at the bill, I'm, as Representative Goley is, I'm concerned about announcing special days when we already have so many of them. I remember the time when we had a hearing on a special day that happened to occur on Congenital Heart Disease Day, which is February 14th, by the way, and nobody in the committee or the sponsors of the bill knew that that was a special day. So I'm convinced that asking the governor to announce a special day is more useful than putting it into statute to be quietly forgotten. And the song, great song, lovely, but we've got 10 already. I'm not sure of the need, so I'm moving this amendment. Representative Blackus, you wish to speak?
So what needs to be said?
Okay, discussion, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the thing is, I don't want to make a final judgment. I don't know the lyrics. I don't know the melody, and I would hate to dismiss the offer out of hand until I've heard it, until we've checked and checked on the copyright aspect of it. That I think, because the amendment kind of dismisses the song in its application as the bill suggests. So I won't vote for the amendment, but I think we're going at it. I think we're going at it wrong.
Senator Roy?
Thank you. I think that with regard to the song, we have a citizen in New Hampshire who dedicated some time and energy, is willing to donate a song that's to be used as one of our songs. The governor's already shown interest in it. And I think that this type of creativity should be encouraged by the legislature. Furthermore, it does not hurt to feature our artistic citizens. It's another good thing to show that New Hampshire, produces. We have artists, we have painters, we have songwriters. So there's nothing wrong with featuring one. It doesn't hurt anybody to add it to the list of songs, however many there may be. It comes down to just a matter of principle, either being for or against. And I think that when we're talking about one of our fellow citizens, it doesn't hurt to be for. With regard to the Breast Cancer Awareness Day, again, this is, I am totally on board with, we should not be having a list of holidays, but as far as days where we call awareness to something, again, there's only upside to this particular one. We're talking about a horrific disease, and to be able to just bring attention to it on one day, again, there's no cost, there's no infringement on rights. I don't see how that does anything negative. So I'll be voting against that amendment.
Anyone else? Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe in the testimony that was given in reference to October 13th as Metastatic Breast Cancer Awareness Day, the person who presented indicated that was already recognized in federal law as a day. So I just don't see the necessary redundancy there. And I would agree with Representative Goley on his points when it comes to the plethora of days that we are asked to put into a dusty law book. Thank you.
Any Kukovich?
Concerns with the copyright, so unless it's clearly marked.
Not hearing too much.
There, yeah, you'll have to get closer to a microphone, please.
Just pull that one over. The one on the side.
Copyright concerns, so I'm voting against the bill. Right?
That's for the amendment.
For the amendment, for the bill.
Representative Broda.
Unmute, Jackie.
Thank you. I support this amendment, although the other issues are important. I don't believe that we need another song. I also don't believe that having Metastatic Cancer Day is going to do anything to the organization. I think that, if we want to address these issues, there are many issues, many health issues, and I think we need to address them in a more significant way. So I still think that the Solar Eclipse Day does bring revenue to the state. So I'll be voting for the amendment, and I thank you for submitting it.
Thank you. Representative Schultz?
I'm not quite sure how to say this, but I just want to point out that this more staunch stand on being against naming days, I hear your reasons, but unless you ban them from being introduced, they'll keep coming up. And I don't want to ban that. It takes as much time to vote for it as it does to vote against it. So if they've taken the time to file the bill because one of their constituents or people that they work with on these issues are asking for this to be recognized by the legislature, and it costs nothing and it's not harmful, all the other things you say about it are also true. With there's a federal recognition too. That's not a problem. I mean, there's no harm in doing it whatsoever. None. And it's a positive thing to provide the average citizen who otherwise may not be engaged in the civic arena and anything else. I just find this, it feels kind of new to me, the way that there's this sort of stand to just be against all of them. And I think I would like to see a more positive attitude towards civic engagement. Just to dismiss that, I believe, is the wrong approach.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting the amendment. I tend to agree that I'm not in favor of putting a lot more things into statute, particularly the breast cancer item. I'm very sympathetic to that cause. I donate to the American Cancer Society every year. My mother passed away from pancreatic cancer, so I'm very sympathetic to that cause. But I do know that the American Cancer Society itself fights for all different aspects of cancer. And as Representative Pearson pointed out, there is a national
Is what?
About the necessity of putting it into statute. Pardon?
You lost us at
Pearson.
Oh, thank you. As Representative Pearson pointed out, there is a national recognition day, and I'm sure the governor will support recognizing that without having to put that in statute. And I definitely agree with supporting the Eclipse Day, and that does not go into statute. So thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm 110% in favor of this amendment for the same reasons that I supported the solar eclipse bill last time we heard it. It's great for tourism, and it's also a educational opportunity because it'll be during the day. I mean, kids can, well, maybe they'll be on their way home, but kids can learn about this. I have concerns about the song. The copyright's one issue. The other issue is, as Representative Allegro said, you know, maybe we won't always be just this zip code. And if I'm also concerned about the fact that promoting somebody's song could generate revenues for them, and that if we start to go down that road, we will have more people asking us to adopt their songs. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Sytek.
When's Constitution Day? I didn't hear you. It's in September. Representative Schultz, there is a downside, and that's that we become anesthetized to these things. Here's what we do as state reps with respect to breast cancer. Salem Dairy has a Relay for Life, sponsored by the Cancer Society. I've been going every year they've had it. As state reps, we are people in the community. We should talk it up with our local papers and just talk it up, show up, be there at the Relay for Life. You want to do something that's real, that's my vote. And the rest, I'm not in favor of really any of this because, by the way, state song, don't play it if you're not worried about copyright. Solar eclipse, it's a great idea, but that's what the Chamber of Commerce is about. We're not the Chamber of Commerce. And I just don't want the additional clutter. So while it's not harmful, it's not helpful either. I'm done.
Representative Allegro.
Representative, well, thank you for recognizing me. Representative Sytek stole my line, which was a central issue for me. I look over my shoulder and there's a shelf with just thousands and thousands of RSAs. And I think that the solar eclipse thing is a tremendous business development opportunity, but it should be handled by the Chamber of Commerce and other business development agencies in the state. So I'm not strongly in favor of the amendment at all. I want to say I also agree with Representative Fellows. During the testimony on state song, I couldn't help but be concerned that this was really an opportunity for the songwriter as much as it was anything else. And that was just my opinion. So we have so many laws, and I'm going to enjoy and be present and doing things on Solar Eclipse Day, no doubt. But I just don't think we need yet another law in this area. Thank you.
That's actually not a new statute, it's a session law.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
That's not a new statute, it's just session law.
It disappears.
It disappears, yes.
Sure.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. Establishing a state song as my 603 as a state song. Like we said, there's already a number of them on the books, and I don't think, or at least I don't believe anyone on this could state all of them that are listed currently. And as of naming October 13th, I think we already recognize the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I think we've all worn either a pink ribbon or something pink during the month, a whole month of October. And to add another day specifically for a specific breast cancer, I think those individuals have that ability during that month to get their point across as to the different kinds of breast cancer that are out there without having to have a specific day during the month. For that reason, I'll support your amendment, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the amendment. I think there's one more element to Solar Eclipse Day beyond just an economic drive, and that is an educational drive in the schools. I happen to be, this will be shocking. I happen to be a senior in high school the last time this happened in 1994, and recall all of the things that occurred at Pinkerton Academy in reference to that day and what we did. So I don't want the educational aspect of this lost in the discussion as well. So I'll be supporting.
Representative Schultz.
I just feel like, first of all, I have a question. Did I see correctly that this omnibus legislation passed the Senate 23-1?
Yeah, you have to ask it.
That's very likely, yes. I didn't.
And I get that we can, kill anything the Senate gives us. And, there's a reason why these senators brought this to us. I'm having a hard time expressing my frustration other than to say the fact that they took the time to file a bill, have a hearing, pass it with the chamber and almost unanimously. I feel like if we shoot down this omnibus legislation and only pass one section of it, which I support that section, of course, I feel like it's just a bunch of negativity. It's the wrong kind of bipartisanship. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Representative Saitek.
I just wanted to mention to Representative Goley that the color that the American Cancer Society is interested in is not pink, it's green. And every September they come around and ask the teachers, you get it.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Broder.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering if I could call the question if that was in order.
No, you can't. It cannot be called in committee.
Okay, thank you.
The discussion seems to have died down. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Representative Allegro.
I just want to say I stand corrected on my thinking and I'm in favor of this amendment.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, the motion on the floor is to amend Senate Bill 105 with Amendment 0901H, which deletes sections 1 and 2, essentially.
What happened to the ought to pass by Roy and Schultz? Don't we have to pass the ought to pass?
No, you move ought to pass, and then you move on the amendment.
You have to do it reverse.
You have to vote on the amendment first before you can vote on the ought to pass.
Swell.
I think I know you have to say want ought to pass and then is open for amendment, and then you vote on the amendment. Or amendments as the case may be. All right, if there's no further discussion, the clerk can hold the roll.
Representative Roy.
No.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
No.
Passo.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Broder.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Something to 5.
No, to 4.
5.
14-4.
There are 5
Five?
people who voted against.
Uh,
Roy,
Roy,
Lanzara,
Lanzara,
Santonastaso,
no, Santo D'Estacio, I heard him say yes.
No, there were 6 no's.
Representative Santo D'Estacio, what was your vote, please?
Yeah, I voted no for that amendment.
Sorry, I heard, okay,
and Schmidt and Schultz.
yep.
Do you
so
have a
it's
6th
5.
representative on this?
I had Roy, Lanzaro, Santonastaso, Schuett, Schmidt, and Schultz.
Not sure.
Schuett voted yes.
I'm sorry, Schmidt and Schultz.
That's 5.
13-5 on the amendment.
All right, the amendment has been adopted.
How did Representative Lanzaro?
He voted no.
Yeah, 14.
Madam Chair, I will state that there was some sort of interference during the voting. I could not hear Representative Allegro or Bailey.
I heard them.
I was a yes.
They both said yes. They're both here.
Thank you. I'm just pointing out that there was some kind of interference during that vote.
Thank you for that information.
Probably a solar flare.
All right, and I will move on to pass with amendment. Is there a second?
Well,
Representative,
Roy, you're pitching Roy and Schultz then.
well, yes, since they both voted against the amendment, I can't expect either of them to move on to pass with amendment.
McGuire, and who is the second?
Pearson. Don't think anything needs to be said by me, Representative Pearson? No. Same either, okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the bill with amendment? Okay. In that case, when ready, the clerk can call the roll.
So we're talking
To pass with amendment.
Senate Bill 105 with Amendment 0901H, which
Correct.
the committee has just adopted. On that, now the motion is, that's the motion. Representative Roy?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakumovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
No.
Representative Boley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy? Not here. Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
No.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Fontenot?
Yes.
Representative Broda?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes.
14-4.
All right, I will write a report. Does anyone wish to write a minority report? I think it will not go on the consent calendar.
Just for clarification, the minority report could only speak to the bill, not the things that we took out.
You can speak to the amendment.
The fact that it removes something.
Yes. Okay, Representative Roy will be writing a minority report.
Good luck on that one.
Representative Roy will be writing a minority report.
No, I just wished him luck on it,
Okay.
that's all.
We have, always, minority reports are always fun.
And excuse me, Madam Chairman, may I just interject? I just emailed to everybody on the committee a revised amendment to House Bill 187 that incorporates Representative Marsh's proposal with Representative Pearson's.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
In that case, perhaps we can go on to Senate House Bill 187.
I'm concerned about the parliamentary proceeding. The forms want the amendment adopted before we actually vote on it.
Yes.
I don't think we got any of that.
Representatives, not having voted the ought to pass before voting on the amendment, but we never vote on ought to pass before the amendment.
No, we usually introduce the amendment before the pass.
That's true, but you had said you needed more to pass motion in order to.
Yes, the parliamentary procedure is that someone has to essentially move ought to pass and then move the amendment. Normally, it's not a full motion on the ought to pass because the amendment is part of it. In this case, the amendment came out because the discussion on the bill revealed that there were many people concerned about it, and therefore an amendment was legitimate. Perhaps we should have voted on the ought to pass before we took up the amendment.
I'm not objecting, it's just that I have to write another piece of paper, that's all.
I'm terribly sorry
Wow.
if I didn't cause you too much.
Madam Chair, may I move amendment 0952 for House Bill 187? Or does somebody who wants to submit the amendment move it?
No.
She can move it. I'll second.
Representative Pearson has gladly seconded your motion.
Okay.
What was the amendment number?
The
09528.
What, again?
It's 0952H.
I'm sorry, I'll get closer to my microphone. Is this better?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so
187?
yes, Representative Pearson, you did withdraw your previous motion? Yes.
Yes, yeah, that was withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay, good. That makes it better. So Representative Broda moves amendment 0952. Seconded by Representative Pearson. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
I can say that, excuse me, I can say that this amendment clarifies the earlier amendment involving the House of Representatives and the Senate on the committee, and that that is addressed in paragraph 8 on page 1 of the amendment. So I think this amendment addresses the concerns that the committee had with the original House Bill 187. Excuse me, Representative Lucas, I didn't realize until I started speaking that perhaps you want to say something.
Well, you made the motion, so you get to speak first. Representative Pearson, do you have anything to add?
Well, you know, the amendment that I withdrew, we discussed, and that later brought us into the discussion on the first part of this. So reading through it, it looks like, to put it in plain English, he did what he said he was going to do. So I think that that's, you know, certainly up for discussion, but I'm happy with it.
Representative Lucas, do you have a comment?
I just had a question, and I expected the sponsors or the people moving the amendment to speak first, so not a problem at all. Is this basically similar to the process for gel cars if they object to a rule?
Yes, yes. They can review and discuss and advise the commissioner in this case, no problem. But in order to actually block it, they need to get the full legislature behind it. So yes, they sponsor a resolution and to rescind it.
Okay. Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I kind of I did prefer what the bill was doing, was doing originally. But if there is actually a rules problem in it, then I'll go along with this.
And I think it's important to understand that the commissioners objected to executive order would be in suspension while the legislature would be affirming or not affirming the joint resolution, if you will, the commissioner's order until the legislature had decided one way or the other.
And I may say from my 10 years on GELCAR that discussion, pointing out air problems, and a little and persuasion generally convince the agency or the commissioner to change their order so that it is not objectionable. It's
Ditto.
Fair that we need to go to a joint resolution. And that's generally in cases where there are serious disagreements on that, on the order.
Ditto again.
Representative Blackus?
Yeah, just a statement made saying that the thing would be suspended, or implementation would be suspended until the legislature voted. So that's the case with this amendment?
Yes, if you look on line 19, commissioners shall be prevented from enforcing such emergency order until final legislative action is taken or 90 days.
Okay, thank you. I just haven't had a chance to look at it carefully.
Anyone else? In that case, the motion on the floor is by Representative Groda to adopt Amendment 0952 to House Bill 187. And when ready, the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santos.
Yes.
Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hunt, no.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien. I see him.
Yes.
Okay. And the chair.
Yes.
Looks like 16-2 for adoption of the amendment.
All right, the amendment has been adopted. Representative, who has a motion?
I have a motion ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 187, and I.
Okay, that is
The usual
been
sus-
seconded by Representative Pearson.
the usual suspects.
Yeah, that's always. All right. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think we've already discussed it.
All right, Representative Pearson? Ditto. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 187 with amendment? right, seeing none. There's no further discussion, the clerk will hold the roll. The motion is ought to pass with amendment 0952.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro. Repres- Yes, Representative.
I
Representative,
didn't hear that vote. It's all garbled.
Somebody else is speaking. Can everybody mute themselves?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Could Representative Allegro,
let me repeat where we are because of the, Roy has voted yes, the clerk has voted yes, Pearson has voted yes, Yakubovich has voted yes, Lekis has voted yes, Allegro has voted no, Bailey has voted yes. We are now asking Lanzara.
Yes.
It says yay and nay, but we'll say yes and no. Santo Nastaso, Representative Santo. Yes.
Yes.
Representative,
Yes.
Representative Short,
yes.
Representative Judy, Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative no,
Yes.
Representative Groden,
We.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
The chair, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's my name. I use it.
Yeah, well, still, I'm hung up on trying to pronounce Fontenot's name correctly.
Well, he chuckles every time you do it, so maybe you're off just a little.
It's font, I'm trying to say.
Don't ask me, ask him.
17-1. Font of knowledge.
All right.
Font, no. It's always.
Does
one
anyone
word.
object to consent?
I said, there's always one jerk.
Always. Do you object to consent?
No.
All right. We'll put that on consent.
Madam Chair, I thank the clerk for reiterating those votes.
We are fortunate to have such a conscientious clerk.
I thank Assistant Smarling for her excellent work on dodging back and forth among amendments.
All right. So we do not yet have the amendment on House Bill 417. We will definitely have it on Wednesday. We also have a non-germane amendment to House Bill 141, which we're hearing on Wednesday. We will need to vote on both of those that day. We also are hearing a number of minor Senate bills. If we can vote on any of them, it's a plus. If we can't, we've got time. So I hope you will all be here on Wednesday to finish our House bills.
So,
Wednesday at 10, presumably.
it's a question, Madam Chair. 141 and 417, is that the remaining work we have?
That's the remaining House bills.
It is.
As far as my records are
Excellent.
set, I will be checking with our committee assistant to make sure I haven't dropped one somewhere else. We have those,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Yes, just to, am I correct in assuming that even though we will be execing some Senate bills, that they would not be on the calendar during our 3 session days in April? Is that likely?
My thought is that if they are on consent, they might very well go on the calendar. If they are not on consent, they will probably not.
Thank you for that insight.
But it's not my choice, really.
You'd be the regular vote calendar anyway. Even if they decided to, I mean, on the Senate bill part, if we just don't get to it, so be it.
Yeah, and even if they were on the calendar, they would be, they could be easily special ordered to the end.
Yeah.
And if we don't get to them, there's no deadline. Okay, thank you all, and this meeting is adjourned.